All right, all right. 20-second space, consecutive one. Hosted from Tokyo, from Japan. It's 11:01 p.m. here. Hope you guys are doing all right, wherever you are in the United States. I know it's 10 a.m. Eastern time, so hope you guys are all doing all right. I have two brand new co-hosts with me today, accompanied by Lane Low and Wavy. And we're going to go ahead and make our introductions, starting Lane Low.
Hey, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Hope everyone's having a great day. Rockstar, beautiful song. Love that one. I'm excited to have Aloe with us today. We need to make a remix. I need a lion. I need a kitty. I need a bot. I need NFTs. Yeah, we got to get him to work on some remixes for us. But love the vibe, love the energy, and looking forward to today's space. I think we're going to have a great one.
I agree. Well said. Well said. Welcome and thank you again for being a co-host. Next to you is Wavy. Wavy, good morning.
Laylo, at first I was already like, oh hell no, I'm co-hosting with you, and you want to sing for us, Rockstar? You gone, Laylo. No, I'm happy to be here, man. It's been a couple weeks. I'm happy to be here. What's up, guys?
Yeah, I missed you since your vacation from Barbados. So it's been a sort of a dry spell for us here, but always happy to have you back with us. Okay, so next one is Abyssus Bay. I'm not sure if Schwiz or Ozzy's hiding behind that PFP. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are. Will you introduce yourself?
Good evening, mate. It is Ozzy here on the Abyssus Bay account. I hope everyone's doing very well this evening or this morning, having a great weekend. Episode 22 of 2022. Let's go. This is numerically wonderful, and I can't wait. So looking forward to hearing from Aloe and Joe and Damien and Red Falcon, and Laying Low and Wavy in the co-host boxes. This is going to be a fun one.
Indeed.
It's borderline dangerous. I've been told to not swear, so I will do my best.
Wavy, behave. You're community manager for another NFT project, so you're representing the entire CroFam in here. Just remember that. Okay, so we'll go in to the next speaker. Damien, how are you doing this morning?
What's going on, everybody? Doing pretty good this morning. Just hanging out, having an easy Sunday morning, and looking forward to speaking with you folks.
Love it, love it. Okay, welcome. I'm happy to have you always here. Right next to you is Mr. Joe Conyers. Joe, welcome.
Good morning.
I like your lion. It's really cool. White hair, white mane.
I got so lucky.
If I'm not mistaken, you minted that one, am I right?
I sure did, and this is my favorite one out of the 5 I minted. And it's really my favorite. I love the blue face.
Crazy to think that was November, because it's almost like yesterday. I remember you were in the space with us as you unveiled that one. You're like, yeah, I like this one. I think I might make this my profile picture, and here it is today. It's so excellent.
Oh, yeah. No, this is the one I like to rock.
I love it. And we also have a Lioness Lynx with us this morning. How are you, Lynx? Did you get enough coffee this morning?
I don't drink coffee, but yes, I am caffeinated this morning. Thank you. Yeah, I'm great. I'm looking forward to another week, and it's been a great week in the space.
Awesome. Okay, so I guess we are having a fully packed agenda today. Laying Low, Wavy, do you guys mind rattling off the agenda? We'll go ahead and get started with Joe and Damien next. But I guess if you guys are not ready, I can rattle them off. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, as we do in these spaces, we go ahead and start with our CDC brethren, and we'll get some updates on, the latest activities there. And then we'll jump into some of the CDC projects. We got the Psycho Kitties with us, the Alpha Bots, and a number of others. Aloe Black going to be joining us today. Talk a little bit maybe about his Beatheads project that's coming up. And then we'll jump into some of the Chronos projects that got a lot of activity moving. A lot of that space is very busy right now. So there's a lot of interest, a lot of activity activity there that so it'd be good for people to get a chance to listen and hear some of the ins and outs that are going on. But it's a 3 hour space. We'll try to be respectful of people's time and try to make the most of it. But thank everybody for being here, and looking forward to the fruitful exchange.
I love it. Okay, so I guess speaking of stats, and you guys know I'm always big into stats. I just checked Lambo Factory. I think it's still having some issues, so hopefully we can get that fixed and updated. The site shows 96 million in sales. I think it's the same number as last Sunday, but I believe that number is much higher now. So, but speaking of stats, Joe, your Crypto.com NFT account has gained 70,000 new followers in 1 week's time frame. And this is all in conjunction with the announcement of the integration of the NFT app with the Crypto.com app wallet. So, isn't this crazy? I mean, to see 70K new followers on the Crypto.com NFT account,
That's
I think
incredible.
I think the next milestone is 1 million. I mean,
Definitely. I mean, but I'd love to
so
see it to get to 500. But yeah, obviously a lot more eyes on the platform than ever. So a lot of new people. So please, if you all could help us introduce people to what's the goings on. There's going to be a lot of new faces and a lot of new folks that are going to be trying to learn the space, I'm sure, from the main app, and getting to know what are the good projects and what are the exciting ones. And I think it's a really good chance for creators and collectors alike to just welcome a lot of really fresh folks to the space. And I couldn't think of a better time with the way the broader crypto markets are ripping right now.
well, we feel the energy as well. I mean, it's been encouraging to see some of these projects, Low the Lions, move the needle a bit to the right, and in fact, quite a lot. There was a Loaded Lion that was sold for about 30K yesterday, I think it was pointed out to me. And there's lots of hype, obviously, within the cryptocurrency market. Everything is, you know, going up and down. But this particular week, it's good for our platform, the Crypto.com NFT platform. We have seen a encouragement moving stats to the right as well for the Psycho Kitties, Psycho Mollies, Alpha Bots, and obviously the Loaded Lion. So I guess is the NFT in the app still being rolled out? Because here in Japan, I think it showed up like 5 days ago. So is
I
the
believe
effort still ongoing to integrate this through the other countries, or is that pretty much done worldwide?
I think there might be a couple countries left, but it's pretty global at this point, from what I can tell. I haven't gotten the full readout of if we're fully out everywhere yet, but I know they're getting close, and it does seem to be live in America. It's live here in New York for me, and it's really exciting. And this is just the first set of features here, right? And we're going to keep iterating from here. There's a lot more we can do. Right now, it's quite simple, but now that we have it integrated and there's a login, shared login there, we can start actually using some more of the native things on the phone, right? You can imagine all the things we can do with all the APIs on an iPhone or an Android. So there'll be all sorts of things that we can look at building. We're going to obviously take feedback from the community over the next couple of weeks and keep prioritizing what we think is most important.
Yeah, and I think to Rockstar's kind of point with the big lion sale, we had one day for 15,000, and we had a kitty that was ranked like 3,000, 4,000 that went for 3,400. So to Rockstar's
Wow.
point, and Joe, to kind of your point, I think some of these new features are really creating a lot of traffic and really changing the game for many. I think we're seeing a lot more offers start to hit. A lot more sales. I'm seeing like sales on the kitties like almost 1 every 15 minutes. So kudos to the team
100%.
for really helping enabling some of this.
I have heard some people complaining on Twitter they're getting too many offers, and I'm so sorry about that.
You know what though, Layla, that's a great point. A few weeks ago, Joe, we said the little things matter, right? And something so small as just putting that there on the app for someone to click and you just get right into your NFTs really is a catapult, I think, for why all these new sales and new things. It's just been so much easier for people to see that and access. So something so small that maybe goes unnoticed like that has made a big impact. So good job on that for sure for the whole team.
And again, this is so early. You can imagine we need better merchandising of older projects inside of the app. We want to expose new people to all the great things we've done over the last year. I think we've done over 300 drops now, and a lot of these creators, haven't had a recurring spotlight on them, and so we really want to do that over time, and bring back the excitement from the original drop day, and expose that to new folks, and get people excited about old projects as much as we're getting people excited about new projects.
Yeah, that's awesome. That which actually leads me to one of my first questions is which with this new feature and people getting in there, what is or can be done for the uncurated people who are still it's still a struggle for people to find their art, for them to kind of show it. So, what are some of the things that you guys can implement, whether it's highlighting the non-curated, maybe opening up a verified Twitter page? I mean, something where you guys can kind of vet some of those projects in there and make sure that it's not stolen, because I know a lot of art is stolen and whatnot in there still. But there is a lot of good projects, and a lot of artists are having a hard time. So I'm just wondering if you guys are working on visibility or features or anything for those people.
We definitely have a lot to do on that front. We have not, made the same improvements I think we have on the rest of the app just yet on that side. There's a lot we can do there. We're working hard on trust and safety. That's obviously paramount for us to have a really successful platform long term. I think it's one of the biggest challenges in this space. So we're investing a lot of time, a lot of money into different programs to make sure we're, better vetting, that there's no IP in things. But it's a bit of an arms race. People try to do all sorts of nefarious things. Obviously, we really appreciate the community's help in reporting these projects and making sure we can take them down as quickly as possible, so that people aren't getting ripped off. It's always important to do your research, really investigate, reverse image search if you're not sure. If it has a AAA IP and it's not, verified, it's probably not legitimate. And so, on the non-curated, I'd love to get more of those folks featured in different ways. We're hopefully making some offers to some additional community managers in the next couple of weeks. We've been interviewing like crazy. I did a ton of interviewing with Damien last week, and hopefully those folks will also be able to elevate some of the stories from our non-curated marketplace, and elevate these folks, and provide best practices. And we have a very deep toolkit for the people that drop with us, but we'd love to actually get a toolkit similarly for folks who are non-curated, so that they can think about how to best market and give best practices to them as much as we have for kind of the bigger projects we have. So we're very early on that, and I would love to have made more progress more quickly on it. However, as you can see, there's a lot of competing priorities, and that main app integration has been taking a tremendous amount of time from the team over the last 3 months.
No, you know what, and I appreciate that, and even the fact that as long as we keep talking about it every week and people just keep thinking, there is non-curated, hit that little button to see all. I mean, just even mentioning that hopefully opens up doors for people to go and look at things. But Lynx, you have a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering how we're making progress on the whitelist for the Ethereum integration for NFTs.
Yeah, so it was a small team that's been working on that. Actually, some of that team has been out on paternity leave. So it's been going a little slower than I would have hoped. But we are trying to get more projects whitelisted, and it'll be a big priority over the next, I'd say, 3-4 weeks. We're hoping to also add some more team members. As you can imagine, we're looking at, we've surveyed folks on other chains that we might want to implement at some point. And in time, we're going to need a lot more of those folks to vet and verify that these are legit projects. So I'm hoping to make some more progress on that in the coming weeks.
And so on that regard, is there some sort of promotion or marketing that's happening or communication that's happening around which projects are now available to be sold on CDC NFT platform, or how do we get that information, or is that happened
Yes.
yet?
So we've only gotten a handful of projects whitelisted. So I think, and you saw Mutant Apes recently. That was a big one. We've got a whole backlog of lists of things we want to do on that front, and we'll make sure we merchandise that we have different projects live, so that folks who do hold, maybe if they want to put them up for offer, they can. So stay tuned on that front. Definitely feel like we should do more communication on that. I agree with you.
And Joe, you mentioned community managers. I got to say kudos for your recent hire or acquisition of Mr. Texas Hotler. He's a valued community member and has a lot of passion here. So just want to say kudos, and I was very happy for him. It's a great partnership, and I think there's a lot of upside there.
Big fan of his, and obviously our ambassador team was as well. So glad to have him.
Yeah.
part
Yeah,
of
And
the
Red
Texas,
program.
Falcon as
Texas is
well.
super
We
there.
we skipped right over that last week. Red
Yeah.
Falcon, that's
Speaking of
amazing.
speaking of acquisitions, Red Falcon, I believe you're back in the UK. Hopefully, you're all sound and safe. But welcome. Why don't you introduce yourself to the community here, who don't know who you are?
Hello, everyone. So I'm just your regular pleb. But yeah, no, I'm obviously very avid member of the Loaded Lines community, which I absolutely love and adore. I think many of you have probably just seen me around. And yes, I am now, thankfully, both me and my partner are now back in the United Kingdom after getting her emergency family visa after fleeing Ukraine. So we're now sort of at the point of trying to rebuild and settle. And now I can obviously give a lot more time and dedication to obviously you guys in this community and to make sure that it continues to grow.
I love that. Thank you again. You had your hand earlier, and I didn't mean to skip over you. I was gonna actually put you on a spot and talk about the hiring. So that was on my list of things. So have you already assumed the role and the position fully?
I cannot say anything about anything until anything's official. No.
Uh,
No, the reason I actually had my hand up and stuff is because what Joe was mentioning in terms of the receiving too many offers and stuff like that, and I just simply had a comment that I later thought actually maybe better discuss in private stuff, but essentially a solution on stuff that would allow people to make unlimited offers, but limit the spamming. Things and stuff like that, which should basically just put it in a controlled space. So that's something that we could perhaps speak about on a later time.
Yeah, I mean, in life, we'd love to have standing floor buys, right? That I think people can set their price they're willing to pay and have it automatically go for
Yeah,
folks.
but I think my solution was more of a case of the countering the 10 offers a day limit. 'Cause I know that a
Sure.
lot of people felt very restricted by that. So I sort of, well, essentially more copying. For those of you that don't know, I studied computer game design and stuff, and therefore have played quite a few in my life. So understanding mechanics and stuff on how to marketplaces and things like that, which I think could be quite well mimicked within the NFT marketplace and stuff. So could obviously easily draw up some ideas, mechanics, and stuff that would essentially allow people to make more offers, but limiting the ability for them to also, just create spam offers throughout the whole network, pretty much.
Yeah, definitely have to be really thoughtful about designing these programs.
Absolutely.
I gotta just quick to tap off on that because I also have been writing like things I've been looking at the system and the site, things that I could like bring to you that might help improve it. I was also thinking the other day like it'd be cool to have a count for how many offers you have because like sometimes we don't know exactly how many we have left until we just keep going like an easy count saying like hey you have 9 out of the 10 today to use type thing, you know what I mean? It would give people kind of like an idea of where they're at for that day. And I do think a little bit more offers, like 20 or 15 or something a day, could help. I know a lot of people are like super strung up about not being able to make more than 10 offers a day. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's not the most ideal system. We
It's early
move,
stages though. So
yeah, we move pretty quickly on developing that feature. It's probably something we need to revisit. with a more thoughtful brush. And is it, if you've had a lot of offers accepted, do we give you more because you're not sending bad offers, right? So I think there's some more thoughtfulness we need to do to that feature.
Like a Uber ranking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if we need to get that sophisticated, but I think
What if you had an offer set out, and then if you went to cancel it, it gave you that offer back? So like you're like, okay, I'll go and cancel that offer. Instead of it being lost for the day, you could take that offer back and go offer on something else. Because a lot of people are making impulse decisions doing that.
right.
I myself included. I'll sit there and offer on 10 lines, and if one of them, clicks in or none of them clicks in, I'm like, damn, I only have 10 offers today.
Yeah,
and then I can't offer on anymore. So
I think our issue there was, we send out kind of email that collects all the offers that you get all day, and so I think it's just managing that flow has been the concern there.
Yeah, and we also kind of have to walk the line, because the last thing we want is people getting $10 million offers on their NFTs that are just completely falsified. So we do definitely want to have some give on both sides, because we want collectors to be able to make their offers. We want collectors to be able to feel comfortable with our platform, knowing that they won't get blocked out from doing offers for a couple days, because that's no fun for anybody. But there definitely is a fine line to walk.
What if you guys were able to like integrate the same way you guys have for the not the offers but the auction side? You know how like if somebody wants to place a bid on the auction, they need to actually have the funds to do so. Like you can't just bid on the auction with having $0. You know what I mean? What if it was something like that? I don't know if that's possible on that side.
Yeah, we looked into different ways we could do this, where
Yeah.
maybe you have to put up a certain reserve or something, and then process it later. But we found that also would lock up a bunch of funds. We didn't want to have to sit on people's funds,
Yeah.
especially if it's crypto. You'd be then exposed to the
What
volatility.
if people started getting feed? Like, what if there was like a small fee to like not
There's so many different
follow?
options.
I know.
There's so many ways.
I know.
Yeah, look, we'll definitely rethink
Yeah.
about it in the coming months. Obviously, can't promise anything. We have a very tight roadmap, but this is one of many quality of life improvements that we're thinking about all the time.
It's one of those age-old dilemmas, isn't it? Like, on one hand, you want to be getting offers on your items. On the other hand, like too many or not legit items is an issue. So, shout out to you guys and the team, how you sort of navigate that gray area.
I do have a question though. We can move on from that. I mean, I'm sure you guys are going to work on it, but as far as projects that are coming in, what are the limitations that they are allowed to do for utility? I mean, mostly everything seems to be giveaways and stuff like that, right? So is there a limit or something in the contract with you guys that prevents them from being able to do whatever they want, or
we have terms of sale for each item that goes. So the person who's doing the drop can draft that. These are for the curated drops, and so we work with our creators. They usually have a legal team if they're trying to do something more sophisticated. The utility we have today is relatively limited, but in life we hope to make it more intelligent, maybe smart even. And I think there's a lot to do on that front, and I hope to have some news on that front soon. Well, as announced, we have early access coming that I'd say is a nice utility. Same thing with exclusive access, right? So if you own a certain NFT, you're allowed to buy another NFT or some other token or something. I should say another NFT in this instance. So those are two, I think, really interesting utilities that we'll be releasing here soon. But we have a lot more that we want to do, and a lot of things under development on that front. So I'm hoping to have more news to share in the coming months. It's very complicated, as we all can imagine, and we have to be very careful around security and around just making sure it works really well. So we're taking our time on this one because we want to get it right.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I can imagine, right? If you open up the gates, so to speak, you don't want to put yourself at risk either. But eventually, something more than just giveaways is also going to help propel the whole chain as a whole, the
For
coin,
sure.
everything,
Oh yeah,
right? So
definitely. And obviously, there's a lot of experimentation. We're I would say a little cautious. A lot of these edge NFTs with utility are probably not probably bordering the line of what is appropriate in terms of it not being a security or not a security. So we try to stay away from that stuff. Um, for obvious reasons, there has to be SEC registration and other things in the states here. And so, over time, I think we have to be very cautious as a big company.
I
no,
think
it's
what
okay.
Wavy, I think what you were asking Joe is if there is weed utility within the NFT projects that can be added as utility benefit. Is that the real question?
Did you say weed utility?
Yeah, I mean, all these
Oh
projects they
hell
have to have
yeah! Please.
utilities. And speaking of utilities, by the way, we have an incredible project coming in today with the Web 2, Web 3 music with Aloe Black, Phil, Jeremy. Just want to welcome additional guests in here. But staying on the topic of the CDC, I did have a question from the audience, and feel free to send us the DMs, by the way. Question is for Damien. Are all the positions filled for the community managers that you're looking for, Damien? Or is there still openings and people should be encouraged to apply and submit their resumes?
Yeah, feel free to send me your resume. I haven't been able to get to every email lately just because I've been going through the interview process and there's been just an overwhelming amount of applicants. But it's something that we are kind of constantly evaluating. I can't see these, first few hires being the only hires we ever have because this industry is completely, constantly developing, especially the community aspects of things. So we're going to keep hiring. As long as I have that message pretty much pinned on my Twitter, feel free to send me your resumes. If I'm not getting back to you right away, don't worry, it's nothing personal. I'm going to get to you. And yeah, we're going to have some friendly faces around here soon, and I can't wait.
Yeah,
That's great.
we are staffing up on all fronts, but community is definitely a huge priority. And Damien and I spent a tremendous amount of time interviewing the last couple weeks, and I hope to make first set of decisions this week with him. And then we'll probably add even more people as time goes on, just given how fast we're growing. I mean, I had no idea how quickly we added another 70,000 people to our Twitter. That's insane.
Isn't that crazy?
I remember when we had 5,000 people and I was moving at 5,000 a week. I don't think we've had that big of a week ever. So it's exciting.
Okay, I'd be remiss. It's been 29 minutes, and I'm sure there's half the room here is already upset there hasn't been a lion question yet. So, two things. When Q-skip and when female lion airdrop, please.
So I can't spoil anything here. But we are actively developing the queue skipping in early access, as we're calling it, and the whitelist as well. So those are in active development. There's development every week happening against them. I'm hopeful we should have it sooner than later.
Better sooner than later, Joe.
Yeah,
as you can imagine, I
especially.
am very, very excited as well. It is one of our most asked for features, and
For
it
sure.
is going to be incredible when we have it. We'll be able to do all sorts of interesting things.
Yeah, and for the teasers, we finally announced that it is a derivative collection that's coming. So that's exciting. You say Lady Lions, but you never know what it's going to be until we announce it. So definitely keep tuned to Loaded Lion CDC Twitter. You're going to get the latest there, and I'll make sure to get it to you on Discord as well. But some fun things coming.
Nice. And you just sneak peeked that they were all one of ones, right? So that's awesome, guys. That you heard it from Damien here first.
So, Crover, you got your hand up, but I do have a question real quick for Damien. So I have received about 50 DMs asking questions about Loaded Lions. So, are there any updates, anything they can share with, you know, before Monday, I guess,
Yeah,
for the people that are still interested, any other details you can sort of recap from the past week?
sure, man. So I don't know what exactly new I can introduce here, but here's my Loaded Lions update. So I guess first off, there was a highlight change made to our UI on our homepage, something that you folks have been asking for a long time. So that's the top collections now that show on our homepage. I know that's been requested a little bit, so I'm happy to be able to bring that to you folks. And of course, our Loaded Lions are right there at number one. That's a beautiful thing to see. So definitely keep your eye on that because that's a really fun feature. Really get to stay up on exactly what's kind of really hitting the mark at the moment. Now, aside from UI changes, hiring is still ongoing. I'd be shocked if we don't have another face this week. So soon enough. Q Skip is getting closer. We don't want to put a concrete date on it, but it's coming for us. I know Joe's been working closely with the team to gear up the Loaded Lions speaker series soon enough. Also, no concrete date on that, but we're working on it. And, another week, another teaser. But this one confirming a derivative collection is on the way for Loaded Lions. I've been getting a lot of questions about how the collection will be distributed. Stay tuned with us. We'll have more info on that front soon. As always, I appreciate the patience with everything in the meantime. But as always, keep roaring, keep rocking. We're going to get there soon.
Awesome. Thank you. And by the way, one other question, Crover. I know you have live questions, but I got a bunch of DMs that came in.
You're good, brother.
Yeah, one of the other questions that came in is, and I did not know this. This is really interesting. McDonald's follows CDC main account, and I guess people are, speculating behind the scenes whether there's a partnership, collab, or something going to happen with the fast food companies. Joe, I know we had a pizza NFT drop with that Sicilian garlic pizza, but is there any interest to incorporate NFTs and some of the famous brands that are out there on your roadmap?
I'm loving it. I wouldn't read into too much what
Love
McDonald's
it.
is following as an indicator of what we're gonna might do or not do together.
I'm dead. That's funny.
But
Too late.
they probably
It's
follow a lot of
hashtag.
people.
Yeah, but kind of in reality, unless there's something that I don't know that's going on. I had an interaction with them on our Twitter one time when they were talking about giving jobs to the crypto people after Bitcoin crashed. So I think that's why we probably have that on there. But
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Big company, and that's never a bad follow. That's for sure.
Yeah, that was a funny moment.
That was pretty awesome.
We are far from that moment again, luckily.
I just want to say though, speaking to your patience, about us being patient. Shout out to Kronos and the DeFi projects that are keeping us going because without those, man, just holding on to these CDC only NFTs, it would be a tough battle, man. So the DeFi side is keeping us going until these lions get out there and make a noise for sure.
Wavy, I think you were rugging. I'm not sure if it's just me, but if any of the other speakers think you're rugging, you might want to just come back in again.
Yeah, it's rugging pretty bad.
But he was just saying, we're all one CroFam, right? Everything Kronos to Loaded Lions to the Crypto.com NFT organization. I'm one person that always speaks down on tribalism. Like, there's no need for anybody being tribal in this ecosystem when we're all in it together, right? So keep rocking, CroFam.
Man, I love that. This is like the 22nd consecutive community organized CroFam space, and we are inclusive of everyone. Everyone is welcome in here, and nobody's entitled. So I do want to introduce a couple of new folks up here into the audience. Obviously, Joe and Phil Apparently, you guys are friends from back in the day, and it sounds like you guys may have gone to the same school. But that's interesting that we were able to discuss with Phil and the team a couple days ago, trying to learn more about the Beatheads project. But why don't we go ahead and make additional introductions in here? We have Genius with the Mad Hair Project. Genius, how are you today?
Hey, good morning. Good morning. Hopefully, everybody's having a great Sunday so far. I'm really excited. Good morning, Joe, Damien. How's everybody doing today?
Morning, buddy. Hope you're well.
Good morning, and we're gonna go ahead and have Phil introduce his crew to the CroFam. So, Phil, why don't you come up and tell us the connection with Joe? Actually, we're all curious now about how you guys know each other.
I don't know what Joe's told you about how we've met or anything like that, but it's not true. No, I'm just playing. um, yeah, so funny enough, I don't want to age us, but yeah, me and Joe are class of '04, LCHS 916, Sacramento. Uh, true to it, not new to it, but thank you guys for introducing me to the Crow family, and I'm here with the full dev team of the upcoming projects, Beatheads. And yeah, I'm happy to be here, happy to talk more about the project, and good to meet everybody.
This has been a fun project. I actually met Aloe a couple weeks before I even knew Phil was working with him, and I think after I talked to Aloe first, then he met Phil somehow and got to know each other. And I was like, I know Phil. I actually have previously sold some art for Phil as when he was a wee lad in LA working for Shepard Fairey of Obey fame. I was helping him sell some paintings, and we actually did a gallery show. One of my early experiences in the art world.
Well,
So fresh faced and brand new, back in the day, huh?
We found some old pictures. It's quite something. I was in a short suit, I think, at that party, right?
You didn't have your tailor back then? I don't think so, huh?
No, not yet.
I love that. Speaking of Shepard Fairey, I still have a bunch of original art, the posters for the Obama campaign that he made back, it seems like a decade ago. But I'd like to introduce Cizek, Jeremy, and then obviously Aloe Black as guest speakers today. Cizek, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Hey, Rockstar. Hey, CroFam. Phil, good to hear your voice. Yeah, this is like a dream come true for me. I've been a collector of Phil's a long time, and seeing this come together, I mean, I kind of want to turn things over to Jeremy and Aloe to really let things shine here. But just so excited to get some of this art out there and to be working with Phil and Aloe, the musical legend, on this has really been a pleasure.
After
Good
Jeremy.
morning, CroFam. Good morning, CroFam. It's a little bit, I'm on the East Coast of the U.S., so it's a little bit later here. So I appreciate everybody on the West Coast getting up at like 7 in the morning, 6 in the morning, whatever, bright and early here. So we're excited to bring Beatheads to Crypto.com NFT. I want to confirm with Joe, we're allowed to announce our drop date. That's all kosher here, Joe?
I don't know where you are with the rest of the team, so if they said it was cool, I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah,
We're
man.
drop it. Obviously, with everything in the crypto space, subject to change a little bit. But we think we're on track. So there's a little bit of asterisk there. Drop in April 21st. So super excited to bring this. Huge team coming together. You met Cizek, Phil. Phil's going to jump back in a bit, I think, and talk a little bit more about his background as an artist. But I thought the best way to kick this off is to bring Grammy-nominated music legend Aloe Black up, who's one of our partners in this. And this is not just like a partner who drops in. This is a guy who is intimately involved in this project, helped craft all the mythology behind it. Came with a mission, which is 25% of all dollars that are generated from this project are going to go to music education charities. So absolutely huge. And I want Aloe to come up and talk about what Beatheads is and what the mythology is and what we're bringing that's unique to the Crypto.com NFT space.
Great. Thank you so much, Jeremy. Hello. Crow family. Hello, Joe. How you doing? It's really special to be creating in Web3. I thought music wasn't going to have a place for such a long time. I was watching all of the developments happen early on with, the very exciting drops like the Beeple drops, and then uh, the growth of the BAYC, and then I saw uh, Justin Blau take off, and I thought music was all of a sudden going to have this amazing place in the world of NFTs, but it wasn't moving fast enough. So at the time, I was working with Phil. Actually, mutual friends introduced us years ago, and I thought I want to make a children's book for my kids. I need a great artist, so I called up Phil, and he started working on this children's book. And as we're working on the children's book, you know, Web3, especially NFT, is blowing up, and I say, Phil, we should do a project together. So this is a long time in the making, and we are very excited. We wanted to do something that was music forward, and the thing that really spoke to me in developing Beatheads was just going back to the early days of music discovery for me, and maybe all of us. You probably can relate, just being a teenager and kind of developing your identity based on the music that you listen to, going to music events and partying to the music that you love. Well, the narrative around Beatheads is it's a there. I come from an indie experience as a musician. I started making music at home with 4-track cassette recorders, but then eventually some things took off and my career developed, and eventually I got signed to the major label industry. And I started to see how there's some good and there's a lot of bad. So what we're sharing in Beatheads is that there's a music industry where we all go and we enjoy and love music, but there's also the music industry, and it's sickened by evil and nefarious characters who want us to be um, brain dead with just the worst kind of music that you could imagine. And a lot of that worst kind of music makes it to pop radio, unfortunately. So our mythology is that there's a festival, and as you go to the festival to enjoy your music, you know, the Beatheads go to the festival to enjoy their music, but there's a a stage that's playing music that is warping people into what we call not the metaverse but the negaverse, and they're being drawn into becoming, basically zombies in the negaverse. And our drop is your opportunity to free these innocent, youthful, amazing beatheads back into the metaverse. And so that's what our Gen 1 is you minting, your beathead back into the metaverse. And maybe in Gen 2, what we'll do is, well, we've already started actually. Phil is such an amazing artist, and he's creating what your metaverse beathead would have looked like in the negaverse. And it's awesome because they look like the most diabolical characters that you could imagine. And then for Gen 3, I'm so gung-ho about generative music. I was, just talking to our developers about how can we make generative beats that will work, that don't sound like all the other apps on the internet to make generative music that actually sound like dope ass beats. And so we're on the case, and I think we're going to make it happen. And so that's ultimately what I want to do for Gen 3, because what's a beathead without a beat? All of our beathead characters are characterized by their headphones, and their headphones are what make them a beathead. But there's, Jeremy can speak more to the attributes, and and so can Phil. But I love this project. I think it's one of the most unique out there, especially with the roadmap that we have in place, especially with the connection to, our real lived experiences. This is connected to my lived experience as a youth, coming up in the music scene, going to raves, going to hip hop parties, and then eventually having a career in music and recognizing there is literally a real negaverse, and just putting this into the NFT world. Yeah, if you have any questions for me or anything, please.
Yeah, hello. We have a bunch of hands up here, and I must say, I want also to add that I have listened to a sneak peek preview of the anthems for Psycho Kitties, Alpha Bots, and Loaded Lions. So if Phil allows me and allow you, we can play those as we get into the Alpha Bot project. But the beats are just crazy. I mean, it's nothing like you said that you can hear somewhere else. This is so unique, and this is directly created by you, right? For the project, for the community, for the CroFam.
Yeah, we're just showing the love. I want music to spread through the NFT world in a joyful way, and so we decided we would absolutely share our Beatheads love with the Crow family.
Oh man, I have questions, but Lynx, you had your hand up. Go ahead, Lynx.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we're so excited to have you joining the CroFam, and I have to tell you that we've been working really hard to be an incredibly inclusive and open community and to share our knowledge. This is one of the reasons why we host the Sunday spaces so that everyone can tune in and participate and get connected. And your music is phenomenal, and I love this concept of the negaverse and saving them from the negaverse and bringing them back into the metaverse and thinking about how that translates into the real world. Do you have any thoughts about how we can connect our NFT knowledge and community to communities that are poor about the information about NFTs and what they can do for you and how you can connect with them and how they change your life and your financial status?
Wow. Democratizing NFTs has been one of the biggest challenges. You can tell, right? You can tell when you go to the conferences or you look online at the conferences, it's extremely male dominated. That's number one. Like there certainly has to be more education and outreach, but ultimately people go where they're having fun. So this is why I feel like music and our project in particular is, I think, going to be helpful. Music happens to be one of the most kind of democratized, entertainments. Everybody from all walks of life are enjoying. So if people are having real fun, that's one thing. As you mentioned, if people are making real money, they're also going to want to join in. And how do we get communities that are, generally overlooked or, commonly not invited into these spaces, into here? Well, that's part of what we're doing. We, as Jeremy mentioned, on our launch, we're going to be giving away 25% to music learning charities. This is an opportunity for kids in inner cities across the country to learn about NFTs because they're going to be getting new instruments and getting new programming because of NFTs. And I think this is part of it. If we're really serious about growing Web3 and getting people involved in investing in their futures, we're going to have to carry a bigger megaphone. I think this is one of the ways. The kind of press you can get from sharing with underrepresented communities is, I think, good press that'll come 10 times.
100%.
Yeah.
100%, especially getting to the kids too, man. Like, you want crypto and all this to go far, like hitting the kids and teaching these kids, the next generation of us, early, is gonna help change everything in the years to come. So as anything, that's what I keep thinking too, like, how can we teach this to kids but kids could learn, like, man, kids are on Minecraft creating like massive worlds. Like they understand NFTs completely. Just got to figure out easy ways to be able to introduce it to them, I think. And then I think that'll be game over after that. But you're right. I just had a question about the beat thing. So are like these NFTs coming with instrumentals? Like I'm a huge music guy, beats and everything. I'm just curious because like once I heard beats and hip hop instrument, I'm an old 90s cat. So like I'm just super into all that. So I'm interested into what you guys are doing for that for sure. Like you guys are just like introducing beats onto the NFTs. Also, what I thought was really cool for these NFTs, I thought, because a lot of buddies of mine are producers too, and I always said like, why aren't you guys making NFTs and then selling them as leases and exclusive rights to your beats? Because like a lot of guys like producers will just like lease their beats off a website, right? Man, you could make a beat mixtape of NFTs, and anybody that holds that NFT has the certain, like, you either have the lease or full leasing rights or blah blah blah. Like you could have different tiers that NFTs saying you have exclusive rights to this beat. These ones are only straight for leasing, so there'd be 10 leases to said beat. Like producers, they're sleeping on this so hardcore, and I'm sure you guys as music guys know that. But like, damn, such an opening for people in the music industry to be doing this. Heavy.
That part, man, and that's what we're out here trying to do, and that's why I'm so excited that Aloe is in on this project, and I'm really excited that you guys are asking like the right questions, and because I'm just like, yes, this is exactly why we're doing this, so everyone can get excited and see more a higher horizon of the future, and bring in the future, which is, our kids up into this NFT space, and just make it more accessible and viable, and really just another way to maintain the future self that you want to live, like your true self, yourself in Web3, yourself in the metaverse. And we need to get out of the negaverse, and just not only for ourselves, but for the community, and for everybody around us. And yeah, you're exactly right. That's everything that we're trying to do.
That's awesome. Lynx, you had a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I really kind of wasn't done with the conversation with Aloe and we changed topics, but I just wanted to say that I would love to work with you on your giving back, especially with music to inner city children. One of my passions here in Kronos is making sure that we're being inclusive and creating safe spaces for women, especially to get into the community and to be brought up to speed, but not just women. So I've been trying to spearhead some of that and create that voice here, and the community is great about supporting me and bringing that in. So I would love to work on your donation project there as part of your NFT, if that's something you would be interested in.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you. Yes, it is something I'm interested in. We've identified 5 organizations across New York, Los Angeles, New Orleans. And the idea is hopefully, we're assuming that there's going to be a significant amount to be able to donate to these organizations. And don't want to spread it too thin, but if there are more, I would certainly like to know from you if you have any thoughts.
Oh, please send me to New Orleans. One of my passions. I worked on the Lower Ninth Ward recovery.
Fantastic. Awesome.
I already sent you a DM, Links.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
One of the things you said is they get freed from the Negaverse, right? So what does that mean exactly? If you, like, what do you guys have planned, I guess, for the roadmap, or when we free them, right? I guess that's minting it. Yeah, if you could just speak to the roadmap a little more for everyone in the room, including myself, that'd be awesome.
Jeremy, you want to take this one?
Yeah, absolutely. I can jump in. So roadmap is pretty ambitious, but pretty clear. We're already underway on Gen 2. So Gen 1 is that freeing the Beatheads characters from the Negaverse. So you get your Metaverse Beatheads. Every single character starts with that headphone. So there's a ton of different variations that Phil came up with. Gen 2, every single person that adopts a Gen 1 Beathead is going to get airdropped a Gen 2 Beathead, which is their Beathead that exists in the Negaverse. And then, as Aloe talked about, Gen 3 is this exploration of what does an authentic Aloe Black song sound like for each beathead? How do we generate a large volume of these based off of the traits of the beatheads in the metaverse, in the negaverse? What does it mean when somebody has a crystal headphone or a Viking headphone or a turtle headphone? What does that mean for the sound? What types of instruments does that bring in? What type of wave transforms? How do we create music that really sounds like music? And the interesting thing in each of these different generations, in Gen 1 and Gen 2, you have the opportunity to get a one-of-one Phil Lumbang drawing. So like in the pinned tweet at the top, that is one of the 16 one-of-ones that's available in the drop. In Gen 2, in the Negaverse, there's going to be more. In Gen 3, as we explore the music and the beats behind the beatheads and the metaverse and the Negaverse, not only is there generative beat opportunities, but there's also the opportunity to get a one-of-one 30 to 60 second Aloe Black track. So I don't know any other project that is taking a Grammy-nominated musician composing one-of-ones that really tell the beathead story. So hopefully,
And,
Wavy, I covered what you're looking for in the roadmap.
oh hell yeah,
Gen 1
That-
dropped
That's so
April
cool.
21. We're in development on Gen 2. Phil's actually doing a live drawing in our Discord on Tuesday.
Wednesday.
Time to correct me. On Wednesday. On Wednesday. What we did for Gen 1 development in our Discord, pretty active Discord. Would love to have everybody come over and join it. But Phil does these crazy live drawings where he
These are
basically
sick.
comes in and over the course of about 30 minutes comes up with a one-of-one character and some trait sets that then get adopted. And we're starting work with live drawings exploring characters in the Negaverse. So again, like you can see that pin guy at the top. This is a crazy one-on-one. He has the old school boombox instead of headphones. CZX PFP, if you look at that, that's got the crystal headphones. What do those look like as they transform back into the characters trapped in the Negaverse? That's what we're going to start exploring Tuesday in Spaces.
Oh yeah, no, you killed that.
Wednesday.
You killed the roadmap.
Wednesday in Spaces. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you killed that, Jeremy. So the beats that we may or that will come through, right? A beat from Aloe. Is that something that the holders will own that track and those beats that we can do what we want, or if he, blows up, are we getting money off of those, or how's that gonna work?
So Aloe, do you want to speak to commercial rights on the music side?
Yeah, so they're generative beats, and you'll own them the same way that you own your PFP. They'll be yours, and to do what you want with. I think what will ultimately be interesting is how we can possibly link beats together. That is something that I'm still trying to explore. Once you own it in your wallet, like what does it matter, and how can you interact with others? It's an exploration that I'm excited for. So please stay tuned.
No, that sounds amazing, for sure. Yeah, Ibisu or Ozzy, you got a question?
I just wanted to say quickly to everybody that the link right at the top here that Link's so kindly put up there, that has the link to the Discord too. So if you guys are looking to catch up on the latest with Beatheads, their Discord is going to be your square one right there. So definitely take a look and join up if you're not in there.
It's so cool, so interesting. I love it, and I'd be remiss, Ella, if I didn't take this opportunity to say you don't get enough credit for co-writing and doing the vocals on Avicii's "Wake Me Up." I think that's a banger. But I actually wanted to ask, what struck me is how well versed you are in NFTs. I had no idea. Like, any chance you could give us like just a tiny bit of background on like your first exposure to it, maybe your first NFT purchase or experience?
Well, I was a few years ago. Okay, I think it starts with just me having kids. Like, I wanted to be able to document in the most robust and immersive way my child's birth and growth. So I got involved in 360 photography when you just had to kind of have a bunch of GoPros and stitch together footage. And then I started looking at the companies that were developing actual 360 cameras, and I invested in one, Gyroptic out of France. Ultimately, when you're investing in a company, you're not investing in the idea, you're investing in the leadership. And I learned that the hard way. So the company went bust. But through that experience, I was able to find so many other amazing companies that were making 360 cameras. But then I realized, okay, we can all have 360 cameras. What are we going to do about the content that we're putting into the world? How do we view it? And at that time, YouTube didn't even have a button that you could press where you could look at goggles, right? Or the Google Cardboard. So I went to my friend whose company owns the Sharper Image brand, and I said, "Are you guys doing anything for virtual reality?" And he was like, "Nah." I said, "Look, we need a phone agnostic viewer immediately." And so we developed an off the shelf phone agnostic viewer for Sharper Image. And then I thought, this is great. I started following a lot of motion graphics designers on Instagram and on the internet who create alternate worlds, right? Using Maya, C4D, Blender, these different programs. And I found this gentleman, Daniel Poschinger, out of Austria. So on one of my trips to go do a show in Germany, I figured I'd skip over to Austria and meet him. And as we sat and talked, he was like, do you want to work on something? And I was like what? He said, well, he's working on this concept of photogrammetry. I had already tried something with LiDAR, which is, using laser kind of system to three-dimensionally take a photo of me and then have 8K resolution photographs paint the real color and image onto that three-dimensional image. But he was like, you don't need a LiDAR to do that. He's like, I can just take 200 photos of you with my camera and then put it into the system and use the algorithm to basically create your avatar. And he did, and we made a music video off of it. And so he was already sort of intimately involved in this world of creating other worlds for Web3, but he hipped me to what was going on. He said, check this out. He knew I followed Beeple. He was like, Beeple's about to drop and you got to see what's going to happen. And from there I was sold. I was like, this is amazing. I had no idea. Up until then, it was just me trying to create a concept of how to either document my life in the most robust three-dimensional way to be relived later, or how to create my own avatar. And someone, had mentioned earlier my experience with Avicii. Rest in peace, one of the greatest that ever, lived. When he passed, I thought it would be so awesome if his brand could live forever, not just in the way that we hold him in our hearts, but actually live forever in the way that, that we can now with Web3. And so I started thinking about developing avatar artists. And as you see, it's all come to the fore, like, Kingship with the ape group that signed to Universal. I have a few fluffs that are probably going to become artists. And I've got a partnership with one of the apes, Maui Prime, who's a producer, and we released a track a few months ago with me featured on it. That's pretty much my experience, that coming from really wanting to document my kids in the most robust three-dimensional way to like, oh, okay, now we have a place where we can actually do that and live in this new space. That's what brought me here.
Thank you so much. That's so insightful, and I think I'm seeing a lot of emojis. The audience loves it as much as I do, so really appreciate that, Aloe. Great insight.
I do have one more question that came in from Sir Kinda. Are you still on Stone's Throw Records? I guess that's one of the questions that came in from the audience.
Stone's Throw Records was the first independent label to sign me. That contract was a 2-album deal, and the very next album after that deal ended had The Man and Wake Me Up on it. They could have renewed the contract. Like, I didn't have a new label to go to yet. They could have totally been like, Aloe, you were so successful with I Need a Dollar. We want another 2 albums, but they didn't ask. And so I ended up going to Interscope when Jimmy Iovine was still running the label before he went to Beats. And I recorded, they introduced me to Avicii, and we recorded Wake Me Up. And then I had also written this song called The Man. After meeting with Dr. Dre, Dre had met me and he was like, I love I Need a Dollar. My wife's a big fan and I'm a big fan. We love it. But I just think you need to do something that's like, a bit more anthemic, a bit more masculine. And so that's when I was inspired to write The Man. And then Jimmy Iovine called me up and was like, I love your song, Al. I want to put it in my Beats by Dre commercial. I'm like, Jimmy, do what you want. Like, it's your world. And it became, a huge success, I think, from that. But Stone's Throw certainly was the beginning. Without their the love that people have for Stone's Throw all around the world, I don't know that my career would be the same as it is right now.
So, moral of the story: Dre tells you something, you do it.
Exactly.
That's dope. No, I appreciate. Listen, the Beatheads, man, you guys killed it. Jeremy, the knowledge. Alo, your knowledge. Phil, I guess you're the artist, if I'm correct. Man, appreciate you guys being here. If anybody does have maybe one more question, then we'll move on to Genius and the Hairs. But follow them, check out the project. Alpha, you got a question for them? Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for having me up here. I mean, I'm just spitballing. I'm home with the kids, so it's tough for me on the weekends. But I got a great idea. It's a remix. It goes, I need Chronos, not CDC. Hey. No shade. It's just like
All right,
it rhymes.
you
Like
go.
that's what rhymes. So.
Good move, Wavy.
Yeah, good move. You go, Alpha. No, I'm joking.
Is Alpha just checking to make sure that the co-hosts are awake and alive at the wheel? Alpha, what you doing, bro?
Alpha, you mean this, bro?
Pew, pew, pew.
I need dollar, that's what I need.
Hey.
I need
Oh, turn that off. I
It's a little.
need a
It's a
dollar,
little. Hey,
dollar. That's what I need. Hey. Said I need a dollar, dollar. That's what I need. Hey. Said I need a dollar, dollar. That's what I need. And if I share with you my story, won't you share your dollar with me?
oh
Goddamn!
hell
Wow.
no.
Whoa.
Man,
Oh
that was
hell no.
amazing. Thank you so much.
Alpha, how you gonna do that, Genius? What you got after that, Genius?
If you guys
I'm
are in
done.
LA tonight, I'll be downtown in the Arts District. And come through, follow through. Check my
Got some
Instagram for
details in the
that.
Discord. Yeah.
CroFam out here
Yeah.
downtown LA. Let's go.
Yeah, I could do the Spanish version. I need a dollar.
I need dinero.
Should
I
we
love
listen
this
to one of the
space.
theme
Arriba.
songs Aloe made for maybe like Alpha Bots or something? Could we
Hey,
could we do
so,
that? Maybe Rockstar?
well, I think we're gonna
I'm
jump into
ready.
Genius first.
I'm ready for Genius for the
Yeah,
Psycho
we.
Kitties. Here we go. This is also created by Alo guys. So Beatheads, I want to invite you again for next week. It seems like this has been an absolute success, spotlighting your project and Alo and the team. We want to get to know all of you a little bit more in detail. Obviously, Jeremy, Phil, Alo, Czak, if you guys want to come back next week, talk more about the project. But I'm going to play the anthem for the Psycho Kitties made by Alo. So here we go.
Let's go.
Let's grow.
It's kind of ruggy.
Yeah, definitely rugging.
Yeah, Rockstar, it's rugging a little bit, bro.
Yeah, I'm rugging. I have a crappy Wi-Fi,
You
middle of
go.
Tokyo. But I think Genius is up next with the Mad Hair Project.
Yeah, how's everybody doing today?
Good morning, genius. I'm so good. How you doing, mate?
Great, great, man. Really excited to announce this up and coming project, man. Really stoked. Finally been able to do my thing as well. Yeah.
Hey, genius. Appreciate you joining us, my dude. Hope you're having a great, blessed day, my brother. Hey, excited about your drop and excited about your hairs coming to CDC. Um, for people that are unfamiliar with you, if you don't mind sharing a little bit about your background, your history, your career, kind of what got you here, man. It'd be great for folks to know the man behind these hairs.
I mean, well, basically, I know for some people that don't know, I'm actually the co-creator for Psycho Kitties. I worked with those on with Uganzo, and that's been really a great and awesome journey. Me personally, my name is Nelson, actually, and everybody knows me either by the real Genius or Genius. I've been drawing ever since I was like 5 years old. Back when there was no iPhones or iPads or anything like that. So always loved drawing like cartoons and stuff like that. My mom saw talent in me, so she decided to enroll me in like a art school on Saturdays, which I ended up going to like Arts High in North New Jersey. It's like a I would say the whole school had about 500 students altogether, including freshmen, seniors, juniors. Uh, they had alumni like Michael B. Jordan went to Arts High School and Tisha Campbell and stuff like that. So we've had some great artists, and now me myself, of course. But always loved drawing, always loved working. I didn't pursue artwork for a while. I was doing other types of jobs. Uh, and just started doing like flyers and club flyers and business cards and stuff like that. I ended up moving to Puerto Rico, and when I came to Puerto Rico after Hurricane Maria, I was out of work for a while, and really didn't have nothing to do because everything was closed. So I decided to buy like a used iPad, and then the rest is history, man. I just started drawing every day, and this is where I'm at today.
That's beautiful, my dude. Hey, you mentioned that you've worked with a number of different celebrities and artists. Can you talk a little bit about some of these musicians you've worked with? I've seen some of your art on your IG. Would just love to hear how some of those collabs have gone about.
Yeah, so that's how I actually started. I started drawing celebrities like Latin music artists, just for fun. You know what I mean? Like any news that would come out or anything like that, I would just do a cartoon version of it. It was pretty cool. They kind of picked up on it, and they started asking me for artwork. So I've worked with people like Don Omar, Faruko, Nicky Jam, Evie Queen, and several others. Uh, I mean, it's been great, man. Like I've done CD covers, music artwork. I've done animation artwork for them. Uh, I think my best experience is when I go to like a concert and I see my artwork up. When they're, like Bad Bunny is up there, and then you see my artwork in the stage, and everybody's like going crazy. So I enjoy that. That's been one of my biggest accomplishments.
That's beautiful, my dude. And I'm sure that the journey's been pretty exciting and in some cases surprising and overwhelming. With the hairs coming up, I think folks are really excited about this new 10K amplification with the Psycho Kitties and the Mollies and whatnot. Do you mind sharing a little bit about the story and the background and how the hairs came about?
Yeah, definitely. I don't know if Rockstar could actually pin up the last tweet that I put it on my post. The
Just
last
did,
tweet that I
Mr.
tweeted.
Genius.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's actually my first sketch while I was actually talking with you, Gonzo, of the Mad Hair. I'd never changed it. It always stood the same. I just did one sketch and just went with it. I felt it looked great, and I felt like I'm gonna go with this. But basically, it started for those that don't know the story. Like me and Uganzo met up We had a falling out with a team we used to work for. They decided to diss us and basically ignore us and ignore our texts and all that. So me and you guys got together and we said, well, we're the artists. We could definitely do this. Uh, and we decided to create the Psycho Kitties and the Mad Hares. At first, it was a kind of a iffy name. I'll say it. Just don't get offended. It was a play on words. So in the beginning, it was actually the Restless Pussy Hair Lodge. So it was like pussycat and hair for the bunnies. So it was kind of like a play on words. But I think CDC or it just didn't make the right fit. So we decided to separate both of them and come out with the Psycho Kitties first, and then eventually the Mad Hairs, which we are here today. So definitely excited about this drop, guys.
Probably a good move too. When you think about advertising, branding, and all that other stuff, it probably is a little easier to sell with the new name.
Yeah, I don't know what I don't know what we were thinking about. Maybe Gonzo. I don't know, man. I mean, you've seen the sketch. It says, I think it says, Psycho Bunny Lodge or something like that. So we were
Yeah.
coming up with ideas, but yeah, it was crazy.
I think it worked out. One of the things people are always curious about when we got new drops, right? And Aloe and the team just went over their utility behind the beatheads with the hairs. I know there's a lot of utility too. Do you mind going over some of that?
Definitely. I'm trying to read off of this to make sure all the information goes out correct and make sure everything is good. So
Yeah, for sure.
basically, among many exciting benefits like exclusive Discord channels, giveaways, custom PFPs, and surprise 10K collection airdrop before the end of the year, the holders of Mad Hairs will be a part of one of the most technical and creative art collaboration in the NFT history together with the Psycho Kitties. We can't say much about it, right? But some hints are out there, and we expect this to come to fruition somewhere in July. So definitely be ready for that. And then something that is very close to my heart is supporting the veterans in our country. I know you guys know that my brother, rest in peace, he served his country, and I have a lot of family members that serve their countries, and a lot of community members and holders that serve the country. So once our collection, right, once the collection is sold out, we are able to donate 150,000 to people protecting the country, and this is something that's really meaningful for me. So I'm really happy that 150K will definitely go out to those people that served us. And since CDC doesn't currently allow smart contracts, we're thinking of an innovation solution to reward long-term holders of Mad Hairs via a process that we call hidden staking. More about it when we make more headways with the solution. So once we definitely get more info on that, we'll get that to you guys. That's one of the main biggest things that I'm focusing on.
Hidden staking, Jesus, genius. Come on now.
Yeah, I've been listening. I mean, we've been listening, guys, like with the Psycho Kitties, with the
I think
community,
you've been
and we want
listening
to
too
grow.
much in our chats. You gone.
Challenge Genius and are trying to find creative ways to reward their holders while understanding the current limitations. And I'll say the word current because this is a very fast evolving space, and there will be more capabilities rolled out as time goes on. But it's great to see projects identifying and finding creative ways to provide some of the benefits that we see on the that are easily implemented on the DeFi side, on the centralized side. So kudos to the team, and excited to see how that plays out.
No, and exactly, and people got to understand, it just takes patience. CDC is new to NFT, but it's a huge company, and eventually things will blow up and it'll go our way, and I think we'll sit back and be like, remember when we had to start doing like this, but now we're here. So it just takes time and dedication and a little bit of patience.
No, that's awesome. You got to push the boundaries, right? You can't just allow them to dictate. I mean, at the end of the day, the community just keep pushing the boundaries, man, for projects. Simple giveaways is not enough. So you guys are trying to change the game and do things. The Beatheads, same thing with the beats and everything. I mean, you have to keep doing things like that. So that's wicked genius.
and helping each other as projects, say with Aloe and stuff like that. We definitely got to help each other out, to grow this community.
Yeah, yeah, that sounds exciting. A Beathead Psycho Kitty collab sounds like a beautiful thing. Hey, Genius,
Yeah.
one of the things, if you don't mind me moving on to another question, and this one's kind of been like a community question. You and Uganzo's met for the first time in Florida. I think one of the rumors is when you saw him, you're like, "Oh man, that guy's ugly. I don't want anything to do with him." And I'm just joking. Uh, but people have been saying when the hairs come out, Genius and Uganzo are going to go separate directions. I don't find that to be true, but if you don't mind expunging on that a little bit.
I think we are. No, I'm just playing, guys. No, definitely not, man. Definitely not. You guys and I are like brothers, man. We definitely. For those that don't know, he actually even has my brother's. His birthday is was my brother's birthday, so that means a lot to me. But our roadmaps are closely tied together, guys. So even though we form two amazing communities, we're all moving forward to unified purposes to create one of the sickest play to earn games out there during quarter 1 of 2023. So this goal is very ambitious. So please don't be mad, uh, as if we experience some delays. Because coming out with our own token and a complex game is a long process. So we've been talking gaming. I know a lot of people talk games and stuff like that, but we've been talking gaming since Psycho Kitty came out. So that's always been a plan. Now we have opposition. So what better way to connect the Mad Hares and the Psycho Kitties than through gaming? So definitely, Uganzo and I, we're not mad at each other. We still talk on a daily basis, and we're a team. Like we're always going to be working together no matter what.
No, thanks for clearing that up, Genius. And I think a lot of us forget that the ambitious roadmap and the journey ahead. And so, that gaming aspect that you just dropped, don't let it go over your head, folks. That's actually a very exciting, thing coming for the project. So the hairs.
And we're gonna have our own token and stuff. So that's what makes it a little more complex, but we'll definitely get
Ooh,
there.
what's it going to be called?
You're quick
You
with
don't
it.
have to
You're
share.
quick.
Hey, the hairs, they're dropping, and I know Valentino kind of gave out some details a couple of weeks ago. When's the drop date, if you don't mind me asking?
We're currently waiting on the final approval of our drop date from CDC. So once we get it, I mean, we know it's in April. We know it's around Easter. Once we get it, we'll start marketing with full force. Right now, everybody's welcome to join our Discord, which is www.discord.gg Mad Hair Society. And you can also follow us on Twitter at Mad Hair Society. Uh, that's our Twitter link. So you could definitely start following us there. And then before the launch, we will have loads of exciting contests where we will be giving away over 40 Mad Hairs and some custom Mad Hairs PFPs. So make sure to keep your eye on our channels, and all prizes will be delivered within 3 weeks after the drop is concluded. So definitely excited about that.
Very nice, very nice. Do we have a mint price associated with this drop yet?
Again, once the drop date is assigned, we can announce the final Mad Hair price. For ranking table, right? We have developed a special system to use page uh, on our site that people can start using a few days after the drop has concluded. Because of our developers' work is dependent on when CDC makes the collection available on their site. But however, we can release the ranking Google sheet within 24 hours after the drop is over, if that's what the community wishes. So either we could wait a few days, or we could have it within 24 hours, as we did with the Psycho Kitties, so they can just kind of play on that.
Beautiful, beautiful. And we look forward to finding out more info once you get it. Um, how many people do you anticipate having in the queue? And I don't think that at this time there's queue skipping available, correct?
Yeah. I mean, that I can say for sure, we had like 80,000 people on queue for Psycho Kitties. uh, and there was like some technical issues on their side and stuff like that. Of course, I would love to beat the current fastest sellout done by, I believe it was the Alpha Bots. Shout out to them, which is I think it was like 19 minutes they sold out. Uh, you know, and shout out to CDC for making sure it ran smoothly. So hopefully with the Mad Hairs it runs smoothly, and we could definitely get like a 18-minute sellout. No, but honestly, guys, whatever outcome I'm happy with. I just have this opportunity and amazing support from our CroFam community. So I'm just really excited. However, everything comes out, and I really can't wait for you guys to enjoy these.
And we're excited for you. I think this is exciting. You talked about starting drawing at 5 to now be on crypto.com, one of the largest platforms in the world, and this is just going to continue growing. That's kind of a beautiful thing, man. So kudos to you, virtual hand clap, and we got some people with their hands up. So I got two more questions, but I'm going to go ahead and allow Texas, and I think were you first, Texas, and then Cycro?
I believe Cypro
No,
was
it was
first.
Okay,
Cypro
go ahead,
first.
Cycro.
yeah,
Sorry.
appreciate. I was wondering when Lay and Low gonna let us ask the questions. Like, dang, like the great questions though. But one,
I
I
gave them
want
to him.
I want to go ahead and just real quick, just shout out to Alo. Thanks, man, for joining in. Glad to have you a part of the fam. Genius, man. I hope you're having a great day, brother. I haven't talked to you in a bit. But the question that I had, it kind of goes back to the hairs and utilities and things like that. And I'm not sure if I missed it, but as we know, everyone wants certain utilities like Web3, gamification, staking, those things. But there's another thing that people want, when it comes to owning their NFTs. So is there like, any news for that for people who may not know, holding that hair, what it can do?
Well, like I said last Sunday, and for those that didn't hear me last Sunday or weren't able to be on space, basically we will be giving IP rights to those that purchase the Mad Hair Society PFP. They can actually sell merch. They can sell, like, say if a magazine want to use their, but it will have to be your personal PFP that you purchase. You cannot use anybody's. However, you cannot change the look of the artwork. You cannot mutate it. You cannot make it look old. You cannot change it at all. You cannot use the Mad Hair logo, or my name in any way. But
Right.
you are able to, uh, do make some profit out of your investment, and by selling, t-shirts, hats, other stuff. You could get creative with it, posters,
Right.
stickers. So it's
Right.
definitely an opportunity for people to make profit out of it.
And like you said, owning, when you buy it, you own that one, and you can't change it. You can make money off of it if you want. But let's say, for instance, a situation where that I own one, and then I decide to sell it off. That would mean that I can no longer make profit off of that NFT, correct?
Exactly.
So you
So
want to
let's
be
say you made
careful.
exactly. Let's say you made a restaurant, right, based on your Mad Hair, or a bakery or whatever. I'm just going that big because you never know. If you do a bakery and you decide to sell that PFP, you might as well sell it with the bakery, because that you won't be able to have the bakery with the PFP no longer. So
Actually,
you're
that might not be a
basically
bad
selling your
idea.
rights.
That might not be a bad idea.
Yeah. No, but at the same time, you're selling the bakery with the hair, which has the name behind it, so it should, potentially
Yeah.
sell easier.
Right. Well, I appreciate you asking that. That was really the only nugget that I had, because that part is stuck out the best, the most for me, personally, because that's one thing I hear a whole lot, in the Crow fam. Everyone is wanting projects that gives them some type of IP ownership or commercial rights. People want to be able to, market their stuff. They want to market it and make money. They want to. So I appreciate you and Genius coming up with, this idea. Or if it was just you, appreciate you deciding to do this for the community. You guys really do like you guys are so dedicated. Like, now I think you guys are overlooked and undervalued for real. Like, you guys do so much for the community. And I just want to give you your flowers, bro. Like, I really do appreciate you. I really, really do. Like, this is my first project on the platform, and I've been loving it ever since, man. PK, Mad Hair for Life, man. So Thank you, man.
No, definitely, Psycho. And we appreciate you as well. We never overlook you. Like, you always been one to do spaces for us and stuff like that. And we definitely appreciate you as well. Guys, you got to understand, like, with the Psycho Kitties and the Mad Hairs, right? Uh, Psycho Kitties doesn't have IP rights yet. But I've always said from day one, like, Uganzo and I have always tried to build this first. We want to build our names. We want to build the community. We want to build the Psycho Kitty brand. It's more of a brand. It's more of a movement than just a PFP, because you got to see it like this. If you say, like, if you want to sell something, right, you want to sell it, but by it being genius artwork or Uganzo artwork or Mad Hairs or Psycho Kitties, you're gonna be able to sell it faster than if we don't push this and you're just gonna have a couple of T-shirts with a rabbit and a kitty on it. So that's our main goal, to make sure that we get to that level that you guys could clear out your shelves easy, and be able to move on.
I also want to bring you some flowers. I know that in a humanitarian purpose that you've created the Ukraine Psycho Kitty, and then you also are participant in the Art of Giving that's going to be donating money to the Red Cross, Red Crescent, as a humanitarian, non-political way. I know that they are going to be doing something on the Oscars tonight. I just wanted to give you a big shout out for that. I love my Psycho Kitty love, and I'm going to get that Molly as well. I just feel that is such a great thing that you're doing, and it's not really a political sense, but a humanitarian thing, in my opinion.
I agree.
Yes, no, definitely. That Uganzo and I were really, really stoked about that opportunity. I know we did our own version and we were able to raise some funds, but we were also really stoked about this opportunity with CDC. And I mean, just I'll be honest with you guys, it's not for the recognition of oh, we're number one or whatever, because it really doesn't matter. But just to be able to to get 1,886. I'm sorry, 186,000. We already have collected from the Psycho Kitty version for Ukraine, and 70,000 from the Mali. I think the Psycho Kitty is actually at number one right now. I'm just more excited about the amount that we've been able to collect, to help the Ukraine cause and stuff like that. So, honestly, guys, this to me is really, really exciting, man. Like, we're really excited to be a part of this.
My mom bought both the male and the Psycho Kitty and the Psycho Molly. I
And
think they're $100.
I got one myself waving, so.
Hey,
Yeah.
me too. I just didn't rock it yet.
Yeah, some people say, "Oh, why you got one if we created these?" But I mean, it's for the cause. It's for the cause, right? I mean,
Right.
that's the point of it. I did dedicate the artwork, but I also wanted to give something back, so I think it was cool.
I like that you guys do that always. Every time something is happening, if there's an event going on worldwide or nationwide, you guys are like right there on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's cool.
That's what
Loaded, you
CroFam.
got your hand up.
That's
Sorry,
what
Rusty.
CroFam is all about. I think it was Loaded, and we have Phil.
Yeah, genius. How you doing? How you doing to the whole space?
Let's get loaded.
Can you speak on before the drop? As in, I know that it's a lot of new people always coming to these spaces, so I know sometimes for us it's kind of sound like we keep on repeating ourselves. But can you go back and tell some of the new people about if they own the Psycho Kitty and the Psycho Molly, they have a chance to get a hair. A lot of people that just come in these spaces, they won't know nothing about that. So could you touch on that?
Oh yeah, no, yeah. I think Lane Low's gonna. I think he has a couple of more questions, but yeah, one of those is pretty much explaining in more detail about the winners and so on for the Mad Hairs, which I think you guys are really going to be excited. Lode, I'm not going to lie, and I'm not going to put you in a spot, but I really thought you was going to ask me about your PFP, because I know you say your greatness, so I thought you was going to ask me what I think about your PFP. But
Wow.
Hey, by the way, Ugonzo told me yesterday in a Cirkinda space that he shook your hand really hard just to make sure you're solid. And he said you're pretty solid, bro. I mean, he said you're buff.
Hey,
He also said you were ugly and short.
Hey, loaded. I didn't say that, loaded. That was you, Gonzo, man.
Y'all a trip. How y'all a trip?
Yeah, you're right. No, but hey, no, loaded is big, man. He is big, man. But I appreciate loaded. I'll definitely
Pause.
answer that question soon.
Yeah. Phil, go ahead, man.
Yo, Genius, yo, Gonzo. Hey, man, what's up? Can we collab? Can we get on something? Can the Beathead, Psycho Kitties, the Rabbits, like, let's go. Can we get on something? That's all I want to know.
Hey, hey.
definitely DM me, and we'll talk, man. We'll definitely talk. Like I said, I'm always willing to collaborate, and whatever benefits us and the community as a whole, definitely will work for me. As long as it benefits my community, and we can all grow together, I'm down for whatever,
Yeah,
man. So definitely
yeah.
excited.
If you could just DM me and then I'm gonna DM Genius and then we go all have
Oh
this
hell no! You gone?
conversation.
Here we go.
Hey,
Here we
Go ahead
hey,
and you got that.
I'm out here
You
in
got
LA,
loaded.
right off the 110. We can go hang out, get some tacos, whatever, get on a canvas or something, just anything, because I'm feeling so welcome in the Crow fam right now, and I just want to keep putting it out there, and just keep it all in the family.
Oh no,
Hey,
Hey, man.
listen, one of the greatest community, man. Honestly, like you guys and I came in here, from the door. We were welcomed. Rockstar right away. Started putting us on Sunday Spaces. I think we were way from the beginning with him. So I mean, you guys are gonna really enjoy this community. It's just about giving love back, and they'll give love back to you, and that's all that matters. Like really growing together is more important than anything.
All right, I'm gonna slide in then. Appreciate you, dog.
Hey, man. Yeah, like we talked, Phil. Uganda's in Long Beach, so taco truck diaries or something. That sounds like fun.
Let's get on some Al Pastor, man. Let's go.
El
Yeah,
Pastor.
that's actually my favorite right now, El Pastor. Yeah.
Okay, then it's a date.
hey, I got a question for Genius.
What's
Hey,
good,
Gene,
Psycho?
if you don't, I don't know. Again, because I was like last week, I was kind of like out. I wasn't in the spaces, so it could be a lot that I've missed. You may have answered some questions that I'm going to ask. So one of the questions that I do have is, well, actually, the only question I got right now is, what inspired where did the inspiration for Mad Hairs come from? Like, why did you choose a bunny or a rabbit, or hare, whatever? Same thing.
Yeah, so, I mean, they're all different types, but it's basically bunny rabbit here. Again, it was just Uganza and I were just talking, man. Like we're just talking ideas. We're throwing out ideas. What happened was he had we were frustrated because of what happened with the other team. We put a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of work, and basically they kind of like shut us down. And needless to say, guys, they did reach out to us after we sold out with Psycho Kitties, but you don't want to know about that. But basically, Uganzo had a cat. When we introduced each other, he said, "Oh, I got this cat, right?" And he's acting up. He's like crazy. And I said, "Oh, it's like a psycho, a gato loco, right? Which means crazy cat in Spanish." And he said, and me and him, like I have the text our first text that we were going back and forth, and we said, well, we should do like a cat, and I'll do like a bunny. I don't know why I said bunny, but I said a bunny right away. And I think it was more probably on the play on words that we were coming out with, with the pussy hairs. I thought it was like funny. So I think that's why we went more with bunnies. Uh, but no, it was just fun. It was a great conversation, and it was great going back and forth. I have Uganzo's original Psycho Kitty artwork as well. The first ones that we were doing back and forth, which actually he sold his first ones as his first drop on CDC. So, but I do have conversations and everything. It was crazy, man.
Nice. That video up top, the animation, I watched that. That was pretty sick. I like the song. How long did it take you to actually draw that? I know it's sped up, so but how long did it actually take you to draw the hair?
Well, the sketch was quick. Like, I don't know. I was talking to Uganzo. Actually, I was doing that while I was talking to Uganzo. Like, because I'm quick like that. Like, I have
Yeah, dude.
yeah, I am, man, because I don't like to waste time.
I
I don't
am
like to
him.
waste
That's what
time.
she said.
I am him.
I don't I don't like to waste time, and I think if you waste time or ideas or anything like that, they run and that's it. They're gone, and somebody else takes them. So I did the sketch real quick, and then I did the outline later. But the sketch probably took about like 5 to 10 minutes, not even.
Damn.
And then I just ran with it. Like I decided to go with that same exact artwork all the way through. Now, mind you
Yeah.
guys, I have about 10 original matte hairs, right? That are not from the collection. Because remember, the 10,000 are generated, correct? When Uganzo and I came up with this idea, you saw how Uganzo dropped his Psycho Kitties in the beginning. He had like I think 6 or 7 of them. Where I did about 10 or 12. I never dropped those. I have those. Those are original ones. But then I decided to do the 10K, and I'm working on those. So, but
Are
maybe
you
one day I'll drop the original ones.
right? I was just about to ask you, like, would you consider doing like what Ugonzo did? You know, he has his own little customs and sections and whatever. You know, would you do something like that for those
Probably
customers?
eventually. I mean, when I did them, it was all fun, and I have like a Jimi Hendrix one, I have like a Batman one. Uh, I have a couple of different ones that are not in the collection. So yeah, maybe one day I'll throw them out and see what happens.
Yeah, that's dope, genius. Listen, we appreciate everything. If there's nothing else or any other questions, I don't mean to cut you off, genius, or to move on. You know, Layla, I think you may have a question or something left. You want to
Yeah,
go?
I think I just got two more to just wrap it up.
Yeah,
And they're
let's
kind
do
of
it.
one and the
Then we'll
same.
get to
So
alpha bots. Yeah.
yeah, for sure. So with the drop coming up, the there's going to be some 2,500 hairs that are put to the side and 7,500 that are minted. Any details around snapshots, airdrops, etc.?
All right, cool. So again, let me read this off to make sure that everybody gets the correct information, right? So basically, wallet snapshots will happen at the moment Mad Airdrop goes live, right? Winners will be announced within 24 hours after drop starts. Airdrop will depend on CDC. We hope in the first 72 hours after drop has ended. So that's as far as the wallet snapshot. Now, as far as the choosing the winners for the free Mad Hairs, I don't know if you guys remember back when we started with Psycho Kitties. I've always said that the Psycho Kitties and the Mad Hairs. Well, you didn't know that it was Mad Hairs, but that you guys and I always worked together, and there was things in the Psycho Kitties that you guys probably didn't know yet that was gonna come out later. So this is one of the biggest things that we did from the beginning with the Psycho Kitties. That's so you guys can know that this was actually a project that was one from the beginning. So if during the snapshot you will hold a Psycho Kitty, right? If during the snapshot you hold a Psycho Kitty with a body trait called Tattoo with Bunny, you will automatically get a free Mad Hair.
Oh fuck!
So remember, yeah, you see a lot of people remember those
Hey, watch the language.
you remember the
My
kitties
bad.
with the
My bad.
you know how you got the kitties with the tattoo bunny on it? Whoever collected those, they get a free Mad Hair automatically. There's
Oh,
about 14 of those. There's
oh,
about 14, yeah. So that was something that from the beginning when we created the Psycho Kitties, we knew that the bunnies were gonna come out, and we want. If you look at the tattoo, if you look at that tattoo, it's similar to the actual PFP. It's the same exact artwork, but nobody actually got that from the beginning. So, but now there are 2,486 free Mad Hairs left, right? Out of the 2,500 that I gave to the Psycho Kitties. So we will take a snapshot of both Psycho Kitties and Psycho Molly holders to get the amount of the pairs per wallet, right? So we're taking a snapshot of both Psycho Kitties and Psycho Molly holders to get the amount of pairs per wallet. Each pair will act as one ticket, and each ticket will represent a row in an Excel table, right? Persons with 10 pairs will have 10 rows in the sheet, right? So basically, after everyone's row are added into our global sheet, we will then create a column full of random numbers. The 2,486 tickets that stay on top of the sheet by having the biggest random numbers will get a free Mad Hair. It doesn't mean that 2,486 wallets will get one. It means that if you hold 10 tickets and you're really lucky, those 10 tickets may end up in the top 2,486 tickets, and you will get 10 free Mad Hairs. I don't know if anybody got it. Just make sure you get this. I'll repeat myself in the spaces and so on, and I'll make sure it gets on the Discord. Uh, Now for top 10 holders, you're guaranteed at least one mat here. So if by any run of the luck or by anything that ridiculously you have no luck at all, and you don't get none of the tickets, you will definitely get at least one mat here. But basically, the more pairs you have, the more chances you have of being in that top column. Hopefully, everybody understood.
No. It was so. Every pair is a chance at a free hair. No,
Right.
I think that's straightforward. And so the incentive really is to try to, if you're a little imbalanced and you got 5 PKs and 2 mollies, you want to go try to shore those up with 3 more mollies so that you have additional chances to pick up an airdropped hair. So, no, I
Exactly.
appreciate that. Hey, and I know we rattled you off with a bunch of questions, Gene. So I appreciate your patience. I appreciate your energy, keeping it 100 the whole time, and being very transparent and candid with everything going on.
Definitely, guys, man. I appreciate the support from the community. Again, I'm excited. Let's definitely sell out and move forward with this. We have great ideas coming out throughout the year. And Rockstar, I really appreciate your time here in Spaces and laying low for being a part of this.
Amen,
Oh
brother.
hell no! You ain't going nowhere without taking me.
Oh,
and
Yeah,
we'll
you're
stop
coming.
there. We don't need to go
You
into
gone,
wavy.
genius. You gone.
real quick, guys. My little sister, she just came out the hospital, but and again, I try to keep my life personal. But my little sister is here for the first time listening to me in these spaces, and I just want to give a shout out to her. I love her with all my heart, and she's my life. So I'm pretty sure she know that. So thanks, guys.
Hey, man, it's great for you guys as a family to be celebrating this success, Genius. So, hello to her and welcome to the CroFam. So, thank you again, Genius, for the time, man. And Cody, Travis, Alphabots are up next. You ready?
Hang on. We
We got some music.
the Aloe anthem for Alphabots. You guys want to
Let's
hear
hear it.
it? I mean, it may sound ruggy, but it's made that way. So once you hear it, on your own computers and PC, it's gonna sound just fine. So here we go.
Well, they're robots, so it's okay.
I think it's rugged, definitely rugged.
If
I think it's
Incredible, right?
robot
Alphabots.
rugging.
Wow.
It, it did sound like R2D2, so so appropriate. No, I got the gist of it. It sounded like there was some robot mechanical type beats in the background, and then certainly could catch a portion of that. But yeah, it was a little rugby, Rockstar. So I can't wait till we get those MP4 versions. We ready to jump into Cody and Travis Alphabots? They got some weapons coming.
Ooh-wee. Let's get weapons.
Yeah, what's going on, everybody? Happy Sunday. And yeah, Crypto Rockstar, that the song was rugging a little bit, but we got to hear it for the first time this week. And yeah, it's awesome. I mean, it's awesome that we have a Grammy nominated artist that made an anthem for our project. So, we're super excited about that. And I do want to give a nod to Beats Heads, Aloe, Jeremy, Phil. We talked earlier this week, and I'm super pumped for their project and glad to see that they're coming on to CDC. So I wanted to give a nod to them real quick. And also big shout out to Genius. Super excited for your drop coming up. I feel like you just got all your flowers, but we want to give you your flowers too, man. We're super excited for you, and the space is growing. CDC is growing, and it's cool to be here in this moment and get to witness it right now. So, I mean, we're just super excited for everybody with everything that's going on in the space.
And speaking of growth, I mean, we have Psycho Kitty community, we have Alphabots, we have Loaded Lions. and soon to have Alo and the Beatheads project. And this is what all the CroFam is all about. You know what? I've been getting a lot of DMs from the CroFam in the back, through the DMs, and people want to hear more from Crypto.com. Remember, as you know, a few weeks ago when we had downturn in crypto, as well as the value in CRO and our NFTs, and all of a sudden now people are like, well, we don't want to let them go in 30 minutes or 45 minutes. We want to hear more from the CDC. And the way CDC is successful, it's because of the projects like AlphaBot, PsychoKitties, Uganzo Genius, Travis Cody, and soon others, many others. So I mean, just the fact that you guys are coming to these Sunday spaces and providing updates continuously to the Crow fam, we appreciate it as well. But obviously, there's just so much to cover, and the expectations need to be managed. But so far, from what I'm seeing, it's just incredible amount of work that has been put into the alpha bot. So I feel like I missed a ton of stuff this week. So would you mind giving us an update of what has been accomplished? From a Sunday's time frame, in last 7 days up to today, and obviously Justin is there, so he can help us, with some of the Q and A's with the AlphaBots project.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think, this past week was a really big week for us because the biggest thing is we finally dropped chapter 1, The Anomaly. So for anybody who's been here since the beginning, we've been saying there's this whole community driven, choose your own adventure, a storyline that goes along with these PFPs. And that officially started on Monday. So that Crypto Rockstar, it's a big week to miss if you weren't paying attention on what's going on over here. But yeah, and with that, that opened up our first community decision. That's the votes are still going on right now, and that poll actually closes tomorrow at 1 p.m. CST, and that'll lock in where Chapter 2 is going to start. And the decision. A quick recap on that. Our Chapter 1 started with introducing the first 3 characters that we're kind of basing this storyline around, at least from the beginning, and kind of setting the scene for what's happening. And these characters kind of set off on a journey to some wastelands in the north, because there's some sort of anomaly that they're trying to figure out, and they think this anomaly is related to what happened with the Protos. But on their way there, the ship got hit by some sort of pulse and is now crashing to the ground. So the first decision to be made by the community is, do you choose to crash into the wastelands? And actually, one of the bots, Fora, is broken, so you lose one of your teammates. But she's okay. She just, her arms and legs are broken. You got to figure out how to fix her, but also take your chances with these banished keepers. Or do you crash into the ocean, with the only thing in sight being the floating city of Valerie, which is where these kind of pirate-like merchants, that's where they operate. So it's, which evil do you want to take your chances with first? So we're super excited, and with this being the first chapter, we just wanted to get people in the scheme of how this works and what it looks like when a chapter comes out, how decision making is being made. And like we've said before, these decisions will then trigger airdrops, giveaways, competitions, or things like that. But with this being the first chapter and the decision kind of being a simple one, if you will, to kind of get people started, we decided that this first airdrop is going to go to all AlphaBot holders. And Lay and Low, you were talking about this in a second ago, and that first airdrop being weapons. So we're super excited about that, and that's we're going to have more details on that this week. We've kind of been teasing it over the past week and a half or so, but in our mind, the timeline is, get chapter 1 out, get the decisions made there, then move on to the airdrop, and then move on to, we've kind of teased this a little bit. It was meant to be kind of like a hidden Easter egg, but one of our community members, Jax, actually cracked the code and spread the word out on Twitter. So everybody's probably heard BattleBots Arena in one way or another. So that's going to be coming after the airdrop. So we've kind of got 3 things that are happening right now, back to back to back. So just it's a busy time. We this past Thursday was 1 month since we dropped. It's been 4 weeks since we've dropped, and we've already delivered on a lot of things, and we've got a lot of things in the pipeline as well.
So it's just an exciting time to be not only like for us, but to be a project in CDC while it's growing there too. So it's big times, big times. And
You
yeah,
said
maybe we
4
can dive in a
weeks.
little bit on the weapons if anybody's got any questions there. But I'll kind of
Yeah, and
open it up.
I know Texas has his hand up, but I'll forget my question if I don't ask real quick. So, is there any action for me for the people that own the Alpha bots to go to Discord, register, or anything like that, or did I miss a boat? I guess.
So yeah, good question. So with this being, like I said, an airdrop for all AlphaBot holders, you don't need to do anything except hold on to your AlphaBot. You know, don't sell it if you want to get the airdrop. But you're touching on something that we did open up a verification bot on our Discord on Monday along with the chapter drop. But that verification is so that we can verify that you are a holder and that you can cast your vote for the decision. But it has nothing to do with the weapons airdrop. And it's just that it's an airdrop. So when we actually do it, everybody's going to be dropped their weapons. And this is a one-to-one thing. So there's 10,000 weapons to 10,000 bots. So for however many alpha bots that you own, that's how many weapons that you're going to get. And on that too, it's going to be completely random. So these weapons aren't going to be additions. They're going to be 10K, just like the alpha bots. They're generative one of ones, and they'll have their own rarity table as well. But it's going to be dropped randomly. So you could have a rank 10,000 bot and get the number one weapon, or you could have a rank 20 bot and get something down in the 9,000s. But that doesn't necessarily hurt you at all either. It's not like we're going to put out weapons that are completely overpowering the ones at the bottom. You know, we tried to keep this pretty fair so that when we get to the gamification, you know, there is some hope there, because we've had a lot of questions of like Justin. You can see his PFP. He's got a legendary attribute of those blasters on his back. So people with legendary alpha bots that do have weapons now, there'll be some perks there as it pertains to the gamification. But that doesn't mean that you are the almighty. Does not mean that you are going to win everything. You know, you could have a lowly builder down there that just happens to have something that'll mess you up. You just don't even know. So we try to make this exciting, and just reward everybody for being here on our first
You
chapter
always
drop.
gotta watch the quiet ones, so that's dope. Are the weapons relatable to the factions at all or anything, or is it?
Another good question. So no, the weapons aren't faction based, because I feel like that would get a little bit tricky if we were to drop these things randomly and somebody who owns a builder and a keeper gets something, a weapon for a technologist, and you know, then it becomes kind of like you can't even use it. So no, the weapons are not faction based. All the weapons can be used by all the alpha bots. And so that we think will allow people to, you know, buy and trade more and collect weapons of this kind, I'll use as a filler word for now. But again, those are all kind of teaser things that we're going to talk about a little bit more this week, because all we've said so far is that there are weapons. Weapons are coming. We haven't even shown what these weapons look like yet. So we've got a little bit of a teaser campaign trail ahead of us. And I mean, you guys know us by now that we love putting out content to get you guys excited. So far, everything that we've put out has been very teasery, and you know their weapons, but you don't know what kind of weapons, what they look like, how they work. So those are some things that we are going to cover over the coming weeks.
Can you assign like 50 weapons to one bot and make him like a super Terminator guy, or is it one weapon per bot?
I think you're cutting out a little bit, bro.
Yeah, it's a
you're
shame.
rugging a little bit for me.
A fair bit of rugging up in the speaker box. I know the audience can hear us quite well, but how are you holding in there, Rockstar? We've got Tex with his hand up.
Yeah, I'm fine. Tex is up, I guess. Then Justin had his hand up. But yeah, Wavy, you are rugging for me, I guess. I couldn't hear anything what you were asking.
Is it better now?
No, not really.
Tex, you're up.
Okay, real quick. Big shout out to Jackson, all the moderators. They do a lot of good work. Justin really goes above and beyond with his sticker campaign and a lot of the things that he does on Twitter to keep the community engaged. Really want to give another big shout out to the Art of Giving. This love bot is wonderful. Really think it's wonderful that you're doing that. And Travis donating his time and his art. legendary weapons? And then what if someone decides to purchase into the alpha bots and they do not have a weapon? Let's say in 5 days and after, or whenever the weapons are dropped, and now I'm a new consumer and I want to buy an alpha bot. Do I have to buy an alpha bot and a weapon to compete, or am I going to be okay?
Great question. Great question. And we've talked about this a lot since we've dropped two, that, the weapons are going to pertain to this specific gamification, being the BattleBots arena. So do you need a weapon to participate in everything that's within the AlphaBot society? No, but if you want to participate in that gamification, yes, you'll need a weapon, at least if you want to have a chance at beating people that do have weapons. But does that mean that you have to have a weapon to be involved in the society? No. The base level to make decisions and be in the verified channel of the Discord is just owning an AlphaBot. And we're going to have plenty of more, because the way I've kind of explained this, this specific gamification is this is one part. There's going to be a lot more as we continue to grow. So there's going to be a lot other ways that you can use your AlphaBots and other things that your AlphaBot can use within specific gamifications. So this one thing, this one weapons and BattleBots arena is not the only gamification. It's a part of it. But to answer your question directly, I mean, yes, you would want to have a weapon if you want to compete well in this gamification. But again, no, you don't need a weapon to then be a part of the community or partake in some of the rewarding that would happen from chapter decisions. If you're a part of the right group that gets rewarded because of the decision that's made, you don't need your weapon there. But you never know, you could be rewarded in weapons based on the decisions that are made. So yeah, I hope that kind of
One last follow-up, and then I'm going to get to Justin. What if I have multiple alpha bots? Would I have to keep an equal amount of weapons, or could I then distribute some of those weapons and then utilize my favorite 2 weapons on pretty much 8 of my alpha bots?
good question. And you're kind of teetering into the territory of things that we're going to talk about formally once we get closer to BattleBots Arena. But no, and we've had people ask this of like, what if somebody, like, we have a collector named NG who owns 100, he may own more than this now, but 113 AlphaBots. So as it stands right now, he's going to get 113 weapons. But does that mean that one AlphaBot could hold 113 weapons and he's completely, overpowering everybody? No. When it comes to the gamification, it's 1-to-1. You have a weapon and an AlphaBot. But in the case of, so I hope that kind of clears that up. Is you can't put one weapon on 8 bots.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
It's 1-to-1. And something there too that I kind of want to clear up, just in case somebody's thinking it, because we get this a lot. The weapon isn't like you're going to be airdropped a new PFP with your AlphaBot holding that weapon. Think of these weapons as items. They're pieces to the whole thing. So, and that way you could trade AlphaBots or you could trade weapons, but it's not like you're trading one PFP that it's this AlphaBot like with this weapon attached to it. They're kind of like mix and matched pieces. But yeah, I just wanted to clear that up a little bit.
Nice. There are so many moving parts. I think people need to get way more involved in the Discord. And I mean, speaking of getting involved, Justin has been hosting these AlphaBot spaces. I love it. Like if I go to search for a Crow space here in Australia, sometimes most people are asleep. Understandable. But Justin holds down the fort, keeps that AlphaBot one going, mate. How you doing? Keep that hand up. What's going on?
Hey guys, how's it going? I just got a couple of things to bring up for the AlphaBot Society. I saw how you guys released the Power Ups teaser. I was seeing if you could talk to the community a little bit more about that. And just so that everyone knows, we're doing some sticker giveaways in our AlphaBot space. We do them quite a bit, so feel free to just hop in anytime. And join. So Cody, I believe, could you tell us a little bit more about the power-ups?
Yeah, so I can touch on it a little bit. Again, that's a teaser. Don't want to spill all of the beans there, but yeah, that's kind of, you can think about that as a part of the weapon. A lot of people were asking, are there faction-based weapons? And we've said no, but as you can kind of see from that teaser, there is
I guess an attribute is the word. There's an attribute there that we will start to break down. And we may even break it down this next week as a part of the announcement that we're going to be putting out pertaining to the weapons. So, being straightforward with you, I'm kind of tiptoeing around it because I don't want to say anything too soon. But I think you can kind of make an assumption of, we've put up 4 power sources in a teaser pertaining to weapons. So I can kind of let your mind wander there and think how those can be used.
So,
Nice. I know what
But
it's like, man.
so
yeah,
just
that's think about it as a part of the weapons, if you will.
Yeah, and you got to keep some secrets. Justin, yeah, go for it before we go to the links over there.
sorry, Links. Just one more thing. Do those power ups eventually run out in the future along the storyline, or they just continuously generated?
This is kind of a teetering question because that was a big thing when we first came out. Is do the alphabots ever run out of power? Do we have to charge the alphabots in order to do something? So no, there's some reality there of like, yeah, everything, especially in the case of a robot, it needs to be charged at some point. But I think you're asking, are these power sources going to ever run out or something within the lore? Maybe, but maybe not. Again, this is a community driven thing. So if things fall that way within the decisions of the lore, that something maybe happens to a power source, that's definitely in the realm of possibilities. But I'm not going to pretend like that is going to happen right now because we just put that out. So we're not going to put that out and say, but one of these might go missing. We don't want to do that. But there could be something there as it pertains to the lore. You're not in the wrong area.
What's up, Links? How you doing?
Good. I just wanted to know, and maybe you can, maybe you can't, if you could give us a sneak peek of what's coming next after the weapons, because I see a little bit of the larger roadmap developing here and a little bit of the larger picture with the mosaic of NFTs and the alpha bots and now the weapons. So I'm kind of curious to know, can you give us a teaser of what comes next?
So you were kind of rugging there at the end, but I think I get your question of what is kind
What's
of
coming next?
Yeah, what's coming next. So what I can say, and I kind of touched on this in the beginning, is this week was chapter 1, starting the lore. And then now we're going to get into this weapons airdrop. And then following the weapons airdrop is going to be this BattleBots arena. That again, it's just we're only kind of saying those words right now. We're not saying how it's necessarily going to work because we're going to put out a whole formal thing. And I think you guys, or some of you, may have seen that March update video that I did for the YouTube channel of me kind of sitting there breaking everything down for you guys. There's going to be a similar thing to that as we get closer to the BattleBots stuff. But that's all kind of pertaining to the gamification side of things. As far as the lore goes, I mean, the big thing is, chapter 1, they're trying to figure out what's going on with the protos. They're headed out to an anomaly. So there's a whole development there of what's going on with the protos and what things come along with that as it pertains to like rewarding holders or gifts or things like that. So again, there's those two aspects. There's the storyline, there's the gamification. So both of those are going to continue to evolve over the coming weeks and months. But yeah, like you said, if you look at our roadmap, you can already see that some of these things are coming to life. And again, it's only been 4 weeks. And a lot of these things that you're seeing on the roadmap, we're checking them off. And actually, that's a point. We had a thing on the Spaces this past week of I'm going to update that roadmap to actually have check marks or like block out what we are saying is done so that it's a little more clear as to where we're at on the roadmap. But Links, you're right. We're hitting those points. We're hitting those points, and it's been 4 weeks now, and there's been a lot happening. I feel like every week there's something heavy hitting that we've done. So if you just look at it from a bird's eye view, everything that's come out in the past 4 weeks is awesome, and it's been big, like heavily embraced by everybody. So it's cool to see it growing and people connecting with it.
I think it would be great if we could do a show of hands with emojis for the amount of just everything. The amount of activity that you have going on within this project is just phenomenal, and I'm so happy that you're here as part of CroFam. I think it's a terrific addition to what we're doing here.
I couldn't agree more, Links. Yeah, absolutely, a terrific addition. And I mean, Rockstar, can you say this? All these hands. We've got Lane,
We
Webb, and Min. Mate, we're so over time.
Yeah, I mean, we can still go through the hands before we get into the Chronos projects. I want to just shout out all the projects: Lazy Horse, Sambozo. I think, let's see, who else do we have on the list? We had Carchaeos by Jesse Smith, David Bowie with Chronos Lioness, Young Hustler, Big Bad Wolves, Marble Verse. So if you guys are here, please request to speak. We do want to bring you up, and you guys are gonna go next. But we still have a couple of hands for the Alpha Plus project, which is really really cool. So I think it was Lane Low or Webb. I mean, I
Webb.
lost track.
I think it was
Apologize. Okay.
Hey guys, good morning. I just got a quick question, and it's regarding maybe future drops or future airdrops. Will there be like more weapons in the future, and maybe also not just weapons but vehicles, whether they're land vehicles, submersible vehicles, or aviation vehicles, like something that we could fly or go in water. You know what I mean? Um, yeah, that's my question. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, Webb, you're touching on something that I've been saying from the beginning. This project has a lot of legs to it. There's a lot of things that we can do here. So, yes, I think to answer your question blanketly is yes. There's going to be a lot more things like that as we move forward. So, and the thing to consider here is this is the very first airdrop for the very first chapter. We were here. We're at the starting line, like I've been saying. It's a race to the starting line. So we're here, and that starting line happened on Monday. So yes, you're in the right mindset of thinking there's more things to come, because you can already see on our website in the roadmap section. Travis made that awesome graphic of a AlphaBot within some sort of vehicle. That's not just that's something that's on our mind. And that is an expansion that we're 100% considering and thinking about doing. It's just we need to get there. We can't do all the things all at one time. We need to kind of roll these things out in phases. And this weapons airdrop in this chapter 1 is literally just the first. So yeah, if you're here now, you're still early. You haven't missed anything yet. You're at the very, very beginning. So yeah, your head's in the right spot there, Webb.
Yeah, so mainly my question was, would they be like free airdrops, or would they be payable, like something that we'd pay for?
So it will depend. Like right now, this weapons one is free to all holders, and then things in the future, they could be rewards from decision making. They could be a collection that's dropped, and we save we reserve some for holders and try to sell the rest. There's a lot of different ways that we could do this. So I don't want to lock in and say that yes, every airdrop in the future is. Well, I guess if you say it's an airdrop, then it's just that it's an airdrop. It's a free thing. But does that mean that every expansion is going to be like that? Not necessarily. We want to keep things fresh and kind of do things a little bit differently as we continue to move forward. But holders will definitely. You guys are going to reap the benefits mainly from these decisions as it pertains to the lore and the things that happen during the gamification. If you own an AlphaBot, then you're in the right space to continue to earn more as we go forward.
Thanks, man. I appreciate the answer.
Am I up next?
Yes, sir.
Hey, AlphaBots, love you guys. Glad to have you here today. Two questions. They're kind of intermingled. We talk a little bit about the bot, the Arena bot game that is coming out. Let's say Ozzy is dominating the game and he's just killing everybody's bots. What is he winning in the process, and the incentive to continue to upgrade his bots?
Laying low. First of all, shout out Laying Low, true legend in the game. He's been so supportive of us from the beginning. We talk a lot on the side, and we appreciate you so much, Laying Low. So thanks for asking some questions.
So that what you just said, if Ozzy's in there and he's killing it, what is he earning? You're starting to teeter into something that is behind the curtains right now that we can't fully say. I don't want to say anything too soon on that, but your head's there of yes, there's some sort of, if you're competing, you get rewarded in a type of way, and then what you can use those rewards on is some, there's some other things there behind. I'm kind of tiptoeing around it if you can't tell,
You have to
but
be you have to be careful the way I ask questions.
yeah, but
Rockstar knows this.
your head's in the right spot. I don't want to say too much too soon. And I see Travis down there. He'd probably be like, "Shut your mouth." But there's something there of, if you compete and you're participating, that will be rewarded in a way. So it's beneficial for you to not only have bots and get rewarded from the decision making within the lore, but if you compete in the gamification, you will get rewarded as well. And yeah, there's something there. So you'll learn more about
Yeah.
that as we go forward.
100%. I figured there was, and appreciate you entertaining the question and giving us what you could. And the second aspect, and this is again probably heading towards the same direction. It sounds like BattleBot Arena is just one iteration of a series of potential games that's going to be tied to this project. Right or wrong?
Yeah, you're right in that, and that's what I was kind of getting at earlier. Is it's the first iteration of the gamification, and the first, for lack of a better word, I guess you could say, game mode. But that will, yes, our eyes there is to expand that. It's not one. And another thing, it's not directly a video game. You're not dropping in and using your bot and jumping, swinging, shooting, aiming. It's not anything like that. And again, we'll explain more of that as we get closer to it. But yes, this is something that will continue to expand, and there'll be other types of things that people can compete in. So this BattleBots Arena is the first. But we've got high hopes and big visions for this. And now that we've partnered with, some of you may be familiar with Zen Monk. He's very popular in the space, and he's helped Loaded Lines and Psycho Kitties before. And now he's with us, and he's been a great addition to the team. We talk weekly, and we're expanding upon the game mechanics that are going on here, and building this out. So it's awesome to have somebody from within the community helping, being on board and helping us bring this to life, because he's super familiar with what's going on, but he has also just great knowledge within development and gamification. So it's awesome to align with him, and we think there's a lot there as we go forward.
Oh, 100. He's well respected in the community and has a lot of he can bring to the table. So, hey, really appreciate again you entertaining the questions and your time. Super excited about the project. Super bullish. And you guys are just a top-notch team. I appreciate the transparency you provide to the community. You're putting out YouTube videos. You're updating the Discord, putting out your accomplishments, what you're working. That's setting a high bar for other projects to do the same, because I think one of the things that maybe goes underutilized is that communication with the community to status how things are going, and you guys do a great job. So just virtual hand clap for you guys, and keep doing what you guys are doing. Super excited about what's to come.
What's up, Minnow? Hey, so everybody wants to talk about how pretty the alphabots are, and they are. They're pretty. And everybody wants to talk about these 10,000 unique alphabots and these 10,000 unique weapons coming out that are going to be beautiful, and they're going to be beautiful. We know they're going to be beautiful. And that's great. And this artwork is amazing, and this is a beautiful product. But what I want to know is how brutal they are. When are you going to publish the traits of the alphabots? We've got a BattleBot Arena coming up, all right? My prettiness does not help me in there. I need to know my agility. I need to know my strength. I need to know my speed. When we come up for the future gamification and we start talking racing, right? And Justin's guns don't come into effect anymore, and we've got to rely on these wings and these jetpacks that we see on these legendaries. When do we get the traits for those? I understand everybody wants to know rarity score because they want to trade and flip these beautiful bots, but I want to know how brutal they are. When do I find that out?
Wow, great question, Minnow. And shout out to you, Minnow. You've been in the community from the beginning as well, so we really appreciate you being here, and I appreciate the inquisitive question. So and you're probably gonna laugh here too, but that's again a kind of a question that's behind the curtains because we got to get closer to BattleBots Arena. But yes, you're touching on something that's absolutely right, and we've said this from the beginning too. Is yes, you may have weapons, but weapons don't really help you when you're playing chess, or they don't help you when you're going to dinner. But if you're in a battle, yes, weapons will absolutely help you. And yes, some of these bots have shiny chrome materials. That doesn't matter when you're in the dirt and grime and there's explosions and things happening all around you. So yeah, there are going to be kind of like what you said. What's the agility? What's the attack, defense, the strength, or all of those attributes that make up kind of how brutal an alphabot is or how strong they are. Those are going to be put out when we get closer to BattleBots Arena. But I will say it's kind of like it's like a base level. Everybody's kind of got the same sort of setup, unless you've got a legendary. Obviously, that's gonna since we're doing a game that involves battles. Obviously, if you have a weapon, that is a perk there. But for the rest of the alphabots, you'll kind of have a base level, and then that increases when you've got these weapons being used. So again, I kind of want to tiptoe around that one too, just to not say anything too soon or have a big game of telephone start to happen and people saying one thing, but I meant something completely different. So yes, but you are touching onto something there. There are stats that pertain to the alphabots as it pertains to the gamification. So more on that as we get closer. But very good question, Mano.
So many great questions. I mean, it's almost like you guys don't have 24/7 spaces. Go for a man. If you had one more before we move on.
No, just kind of a follow up. You mentioned those traits coming out. But from the sounds of it, your plan is kind of to have those traits be per faction and not necessarily independent per bot. Is there any chance that you're going to do 10,000 unique bot data sheets where their traits are slightly varying depending on their makeup of components as opposed to just factions?
So yeah, no, and it's not pertain to faction. It's not that okay. If you're a builder, you have these stats, or if you're a miner, you have these stats. It's not that. So I want to be clear on that. But as far as putting out a table that shows these stats, it I don't want table's not the right word, but there will be kind of something put out that you can see what the base stats are of your alphabot with it just as is before you've kind of put a weapon to it. So yeah, we will put those out, but I want to be clear on that. It's not faction based. It's not that if you are of this faction, you have this power level. If you're at this one, you're at this one. It's kind of a base. Like I've said from the beginning, you could have a rank 10,000 bot, but how you compete and participate, you could be seen as the number one bot because you're just the way that you're performing and the way that you're participating and rallying people behind what your cause is within the lore, but also within the gamification. So yeah, and again, kind of tiptoeing around that, but it's not faction based. The stats aren't faction based, but we will put out something that you guys can see. Okay, what are the base level stats to my bot before anything is put to it?
Thank you so much for that update. That's so perfect. I think that is such a excellent recap of what's going on with the alphabot space. It's really popping, and for anyone who does want to know more, rest assured, just search alphabots in the spaces section on Twitter, and Justin will have one going. I'm yet to run that search and not find a space going. A testament, because I know how hard it is to run spaces that long, my friend.
Ozzy, I think I was in the Justin space. I can't remember when, probably morning my time, but I heard no one speak in there. So I'm just wondering, is sometimes Justin asleep with like three other people in there and nobody speaking? Justin, is this something that I'm having issues with my Twitter, or is this really what's happening?
No,
it's funny how you brought that up, bro. Everybody needs to sleep at some point in time, and we actually have little shifts that we do. And even the guys that have their own little shifts, they need to rest sometime as well. But to everyone in the crowd, if you have any type of questions about the alphabots, if you just want to come around and hang out with us, feel free to come by. we'll chat it up. We're not always talking about alpha bots. We're talking about DeFi projects, kitties, loaded lines. So we're just an all-in-one space where you can just come by, kick back, and just relax.
No, 100%. I've been in those spaces, and Justin and the team, they do a great job. And you're right, Justin. We need sleep. We forget, right? Because we go heavy into it, and before you know it, we've been maybe 20 hours of sleep in 5 days. So, 100%.
Speaking of
Uh,
sleep, it's 1:25 here
I
in
was
my
just gonna
time
say that.
zone. So,
I was
and we
gonna,
still have another hour and a half worth of Kronos project. So, but Mino, you got your hand up before we move on to Kronos and Abyssus Bay.
Yeah. Hey, just actually, I just want to hit on Justin's space real quick because you guys mentioned it. Sometimes it is a little bit dead in there, but that's in the lulls. And I love Justin's space so much because you can go in there at any point in time and ask a question, and there's a bunch of people who will just pop up and start talking and answering your question. There is a core group of people that kind of sit in there, and man, I've talked about everything from fixing my motorcycle to how to make a JPEG to what projects are hot to everything. You talk about everything in that space, and it's absolutely awesome. But the key is the people in that space are generally alpha bots, and then on top of that, they're people that are familiar with the NFT space. So you can hop in there and have a conversation. Mental health chats all the time. It's just a great space to be in. I highly recommend checking it out if you get the opportunity. And if you hop in there and nothing's being said, request to talk and say something, and you'll hear people talking back to you.
I didn't want to wake him up though. It felt awkward. But if we can pin the space here for all the people that are wondering, that would be really cool. I know it's open 24/7, so I always pop in and other people show up. It's really cool, what Justin is doing and the team behind supporting the AlphaBots project, and that's really what the key is. What I have observed, you have an artist one, two, and then it's just so much work. But then there's a community that comes in and helps and defines the project to be what it is now. And just again, like what Lane Lowe was saying earlier, kudos to AlphaBots, Cody, and Travis, and obviously the CroFam, the community consisting of Justin, Webb, and many others in the audience. They're just listening. Some people are afraid to come up and hit that, microphone and to add a couple of points. But really, shout out to the AlphaBots project and everyone supporting the platform on this wonderful Sunday. So thank you all. I appreciate you all being up here. I'm gonna hand the mic off to Abyssus Bay and some of my other hosts, co-hosts to spotlight and introduce the Kronos projects, because you guys know that Kronos project is very similar to the concept of OpenSea with the low gas fees. There's lots of opportunities, lots of cool projects, and lots of collabs. I mean, we are going to see AlphaBots and Ugonzo and Genius eventually come over to the dark side of Kronos. But there's just so many good things happening currently on both platforms, main platform and the Kronos platform. So before we get into the other space, Texas, you got your hand up.
I just know something, and I'm gonna let Ozzy say it. I'm so excited.
Well, let's hear it. Did we
No,
hit
I'm
the
gonna let Ozzy
milestone?
say it.
Or?
well, okay. I hope it's not too ruggy for everyone. But a quick update from the Bay. We had what a great week. I mean, very nearly set a record volume day on the 23rd at 2.7 million CRO traded, nearly beating the record day, which was March 7th. At 3.3 million CRO traded, in no small part thanks to the power of the MMF Burrow, of course. I mean, the Twitter account is just about to nudge that 20,000 follower mark, which is incredible. The community is so strong. But maybe most exciting of all, certainly to the VIP card holders, is that the staking is now live and active. So, LF Crow, y'all, let's do this.
Thank God we will never have to hear the word when staking.
it's a long going meme. It's kind of like when Lambo, right? And that's why it became a T-shirt. Very quickly, we also have a couple of live mints right now. Of course, the Lazy Horse Skybox is live. Nobody's also minting. Big Bad Wolves, Lolita, and Friends all rocking and rolling, and we're about to in that 54 million CRO total traded mark. So it's the Chronos space, the DeFi space is popping just as much as the main platform, and I'm enjoying every minute of both. Earth to Rockstar. And we lost you, Rockstar. I can continue, but okay. So maybe I'm the only one left. All right, moving on. Let's do an update on the Lazy Horse Race Club links. I'm so glad you're up here because you're much more in amongst it than I am. But this Skybox mint is very exciting, of course.
Skybox Mint is ongoing. We're super excited. We're anticipating that it's going to be a couple more days for the skyboxes to sell through, but they're progressing quite quickly for what we were expecting, in all honesty. So they are going to be doing the MP4 with the moving NFTs once that upgrade is done with the Bisube. So if you're looking for that on your NFT, it's coming. We do have 2 live races going on today, and that is why Crypto J is not here announcing our speakers today, because he's over running the Blue Chip Stables radio station for those 2 races today. And that's what I've got for you for Lazy Horse Race Club.
Thank you so much. That's such an awesome update. Like I'm watching that one with Beta Breath. Like I mean, one of the more high end mints, you might say, but certainly those videos. I must have watched some of those promo videos 2 or 3 times. They're so slick. I love it. And I mean, speaking of things popping in the Chronos world, the DeFi world, the Marbleverse as well. Not sure. Have we been able to bring up the speakers there, Rockstar?
I've been looking for them, but I did bring Carchaos and Jesse. Good morning to both of you guys.
Fantastic. Yeah, good morning, Jesse. Carchaos, what's going on?
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Doing so well, mate. Like nudging, 12:30 a.m., but loving every second. I've loved seeing you in so many different spaces. Like I, like to hop around and listen in and you've been branching out, mate. Like it's like every community I'm even semi a part of, there you are representing. Yeah, please tell us more. What's going on with the Carchaos project?
Well, I guess I wanted to ask you, did you end up getting that juice?
I did, all planes, but it is what it is.
Wait, you did or you didn't?
I did, yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah, man, I've been loving these Twitter spaces. Obviously, well, I shouldn't say obviously, but before being involved in the NFT space, I didn't know anything about them. And now being able to just kind of like, warp over from one group of people to the other is really fun.
It's so much fun. It's like my hangout place now. It's crazy. But I mean, without waxing poetic too much about Twitter Spaces, I know everyone's super keen to hear about the Carchaos project. Like as we, get closer and closer every day.
Yeah, we're ready to roll. I mean, all the artwork's done. We've got all the utilities in place. Everything's good to go. We're just waiting on a drop date, and I think that is basically leaning on our ability to get this. I think there's like one little tweak that needs to be made on the smart contract. But yeah, we're ready to roll, man. I mean, we've already got, like I said, we already got 8 projects lined up right after this one. So I'm ready to get this show rolling.
That's so awesome to hear. You guys are really grinding and really hustling, and it really shows. I think everyone's really excited. So to obviously not miss out, check out the Business Bay homepage. But of course, definitely follow the Carchaos project and Jesse's account right up here. I mean, the love you get, Jesse, in every space, it seems, from all walks of life. I think maybe it was the Ink Master show. A lot of people connect with you so much through that one.
Yeah, it definitely catches me off guard. Sometimes I'll go into a Twitter space and then they pull me up and just start, grilling me with questions, which I definitely am flattered about. But it catches me off guard because I just forget. I mean, I shot Ink Master shit. The first one was 2012, so that was 10 years ago, and then the second one was 2016. So it's like that's 6 years ago. So in my mind, it happened a long time ago, but it's still obviously present via Netflix and Paramount and all these other streaming services.
I think they're all just excited to, like, they feel like everyone feels like maybe they know you a little bit, certainly through these Twitter spaces, and nothing better than owning, an item in NFT, especially our passion, of course, from someone that you feel like or at least have met even digitally. I feel like I know everyone in this room, even though I haven't met any of you personally, but hope to in the future. And I think that emotional connection is everything, right?
The more emotional connection will go, Ozzy, when you get the CroFam tattoo on your neck from Jesse. Remember what we were talking about? Emotional, painful. But look, joking aside, Jesse is celebrity, right? So he's got a lot of followers on Twitter and Instagram, and he's got a team behind. Amazing project, I guess. Do you mind giving us real quick overview, Jesse, again, for the people that are looking to get in on Chronos, on what the way, how do they onboard, and do they need MetaMask wallet? How do they purchase the NFTs? What do they need to do to get ready to get rocking with the Carchaos project itself?
So yeah, we're the first drop we're doing is going to be the Pharaohfish PFP. We're doing 3,333. We're dropping it through Abesis Bay, and we don't have a specific date right yet. But the best way to get ready is to start stacking that chrono. Also want to, I guess, step back a little bit on what we were talking about prior to. I think that one of the things that is happening in the space is that a lot of these projects they can't really put a face to, or they don't really know the people behind it, and obviously that's created a lot of scamming and stuff like that. And I think most people who have watched the TV show can get a kind of a good idea of who I am and what type of person I am, and they know I'm not going to like pull the rug, and they also know that excuse me, they also know that I'm going to continue moving forward even past this point. So I think that probably hopefully gives people a level of comfort by investing in our projects.
Nice, links. That hand of yours shines above the galaxy of your PFP. How can I help?
So Jesse, I've got a couple questions. Actually, the first one is with Jason. You're going to be at NFT Week in Miami next weekend, aren't you?
Yeah, that's correct. I'm gonna be in NFT Miami week. For those that are going, hit me up. And links. We also have a group chat, right, for the CroFam that are going.
Yes, I did spin up that group chat this week. So if you're going to Miami at NFT Week, please shoot me a DM. We can get you added. But I'm super excited to connect there in Miami and see so many people from Chronos and Abesis Bay and CDC there at the event.
And I'll have awesome Cartier stickers to pass out. So that's gonna be a lot of fun.
I'm definitely coming by to get a Cartier sticker. I need one. So the next one is actually for Jesse. I understand that you have a second drop planned. Do you want to give us a little preview about what's coming up next, or are you ready to talk about that?
Sorry, Leaks, you were rugging a little bit there. I didn't hear the question.
Oh, I'm sorry about the rugging. My question was, I know that you have a second drop planned. Are you ready to give us a little alpha on that, or are you still holding that close to the vest?
Were you asking about Expedition 9? Is that what you're asking?
I believe so. Yeah, like next generation. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm trying my best not to talk about Expedition 9 because I don't want to glaze over Expedition 8, because I feel like if I start talking about Expedition 9, people will be very hyped about that. And I really want people to focus on the Genesis drop The one thing I want to say is that anyone who gets involved in the Genesis drop is going to reap a lot of benefits moving into Expedition 9. But, I guess to tease it out, Expedition 9, as far as I know, and, I've talked to a bunch of other people, that what we're doing is something that's never been done before. And it's not just never been done in the NFT space. As far as I know, it hasn't been done in the art space. So I'm really, really excited about this. I've been working on it for about 5 years or so, just kind of putting all the pieces in place. And then once the NFT space kind of opened up, it just made the most sense to drop it there. So I would like everybody to focus on Expedition 8 and get involved in that. And then we can pivot into Expedition 9. And Expedition 9 is going to happen very shortly after Expedition 8. But it's going to be pretty awesome. I'm really excited about that drop as well. And we're going to be dropping that on CDC. I believe we have a drop date. Am I allowed to talk about that, Jason? Or you want to keep that under wraps?
Yeah, let's keep it under wraps just in case it gets pushed back for whatever reason. So we don't make any false promises. But we do have a date right now.
Yeah, we have a date. It should be within the next month and a half-ish or somewhere around then. 1 month and a half, 2 months. So if you want to keep track of what we got going on, we do Twitter Spaces on Mondays at 4:30, where I typically will bring in kind of a guest artist and talk about their projects. And these are people that I've known for a long time, been following their work for a long time. A lot of artists that are making their way into the space. And then we also do one at 2 p.m. on Wednesday. Same thing. We try to bring in a guest artist. You can also follow our Discord at discord.gg/Carchaeus. We have a website, carchaeus.com. And then, of course, you can follow the Twitter profile, which is Carchaeus.
Nicely said. Well, it covers everything so perfectly, and I can't wait. I'm seriously excited. Rockstar, aren't you? Just jumping into bit. Hey, mate, I'm not getting a tattoo if you're not. That's not happening.
No, Jesse. Look, Jesse's gonna make me the one that you can put with the wet towel on. The one I can peel off. You know what I mean? I'm not brave
Okay, I'm
enough to
down.
go and get hurt with the damn needle on my neck. I don't even think Jesse has one on your neck. Jesse, by the way, do you have any tattoos on your behind your, I guess, above your neck or collarbone, above
Hey.
your head? Because I'm just curious. I mean, is this commonly done? Because I think all the people that have, tattoos on those soft tissues are just badass. I mean, they're incredible, courageous to even, do it there. I mean, to me, it seems like it's just painful.
I've got a tattoo underneath my chin, and then I have a tattoo fully across my chest. And the tattoo that was underneath my chin hurt way less than the one that was on my chest. There was times when I was actually getting tattooed, and it felt like my chin was just vibrating. I didn't even feel the actual pain of the tattoo. So, there's a lot of variables involved. Certain people handle pain differently than others. Certain artists put in the ink differently than others. So there's a lot of variables involved, but I'm pretty confident that if you wanted to get tattooed, you'd be able to handle it. And awesome. I got that CroFam tattoo that I designed. It's perfect for you, man.
Can't wait to see it.
Again, I DM'd it to you. Come on, let's do it.
Again, I'd like to see it on a piece of paper that I can just put water on and then put on my neck. And I said I'm going to take a video or image or something and let it go viral on Twitter.
Rockstar's like, can I just buy the NFT? Do I have to get the ink?
No, but so look, I think we talked about these utilities. I think with Jason, I don't know if you were on the call, Jesse, there, but one of the things that people are always looking for is what are the utilities? What are the utilities? And then obviously NFT by itself is utility, for the art. And if I'm going to invest into the project, then obviously I'm going to look into the PFP itself. And if it's appealing to me, then I'll go and invest. But was there a chance and possibility to get those tattoo sleeves or those peel off merch that we can get that are from our actual NFT? You know what I mean? Is it on the roadmap that there's some sort of a merch store gonna be set up? So if I do own a particular Carchaos, PFP that I like the most, I want to print it out on a T-shirt, on a tattoo sleeve, just kind of like to identify more with you and your brand and your tattoo community. If I want to play cool somewhere, not necessarily get tattooed, but owning a tattoo from Jesse Smith is sort of a big deal because you're the first one in this space to sort of pave the way for all the other people that are yet to come behind you.
Yeah, so one of the things that I think is pretty amazing about these PFP projects, and I know it's not across the board. I think CryptoPunks had bailed on that idea, but I think now that they're bought out by the Bored Ape Yacht Club, I think they've reinstated them. But we'll be doing IP rights, so you'll basically any NFT that you own, you can put it on a T-shirt and you can sell it to the world and make as much money off of that particular NFT as you want. I have a store called One Trick Pony Brand, and for those of you that watched the TV show, I was actually coined the One Trick Pony because I kept on doing this goofy cartoony stuff on every challenge that they gave us. But I have a store called One Trick Pony Brand, and what we've been playing around with the idea, and we haven't got it fully hatched out, but we're definitely going to do something of this level. Is if you have an NFT, what we can do is we can actually put it on a T-shirt at One Trick Pony Brand, and then we can just sell it to you guys for the wholesale pricing. So we won't make any money off it at all. We'll essentially, if it costs us $10 to make, we'll sell it to you for $10. So you could essentially use us as a quasi manufacturing company. So you can say, okay, I'm going to this art market on Saturday and I want to sell a bunch of T-shirts. So I can order, 50 T-shirts from One Trick Pony Brand, and they come at wholesale. So of course you can mark them up to $20, $25, whatever it is you want, and make profit off of it, simultaneously promoting your specific PFP. So, like I said, we haven't figured out all the super logistics on it. It's going to happen on some sort of level. We just got to figure out how we're going to make it work. If we've got 3,333 people coming at us trying to make T-shirts, the logistics on that will be a little difficult. But we'll figure out how to make it work. I mean, I definitely want to make sure that we are giving back to anyone who supports the projects. That's super important to me. It's been important to me since I've been an artist in general. As a tattoo artist, anyone who's been supporting me prior to the NFT space, I'm trying to figure out ways of giving them extra perks and getting involved in the NFT space as well. And giving them like kind of a seniority OG kind of status because they were supporting Carchaos as a project even before the NFT space.
Oh, I love that the way you say it. It's remember where you come from and give back. I mean, those are the good attributes of a good project and good person behind the project, standing their ground. And we know Jesse is not going to go anywhere. He's here to stay. So we're really excited to have you be part of the CroFam, obviously, and part of this project. So we're going to be looking out for more updates. And again, there's spaces during the week. Everybody feel free to come check it out. It's always entertaining. And most of the time, I believe, Jesse, you're there, right? If you're not tattooing, actually.
Yeah, I'm actually tattooing right now. I just took a break to come talk to you guys. I'm trying to get my Sundays cleared up, so I'm not having to do this every time, because I do enjoy listening to everybody prior to coming in and also afterwards. You guys always have a lot of good information in these spaces, but I do have to dip out. I got to get back into this tattoo, and I always appreciate you guys giving me this platform to talk about my projects.
We love having you here. Yeah, we love having you and Carchaos project on the Sunday Spaces. Thank you again for being here. Ozzy, I don't know who is next, but I think Marbleverse is here.
Yes, Marbleverse in the house. How are we?
Hello, guys. Good day.
Good day.
We're doing fine, I guess. I'm a little bit under the weather, so excuse my voice. I am a little bit sick. I hope I'm getting on, like the voice is getting on well.
I'm sorry to hear that, man, but we hear you just fine. I hope you recover quickly.
Thank you very much. I hope so too. I'm extremely busy. So, first of all, thank you very much for giving us a chance to speak up here. You're hosting a great event here, and being a part of an AMA here is just extremely awesome. We're ready to answer any questions the community has. We are here to just inform the community about our project as well as we can. We are a European-based business, let's say, that's launching a play-to-earn game in the Kronos ecosystem, which is Marbleware. We are actually a game studio. We have been a professional game studio for years now. And last 4 years, we've been working for the mobile industry, mobile gaming industry. And then the chance to actually develop a game in the NFT ecosystem arose. So we partnered with some people, got some advisors, and started our project around 5 months ago. We have our own blockchain developers, so we pushed it on. And the idea behind Marvelverse is being a game first. As I said, we are a game development studio, so we value gaming more than anything. Instead of being a financial focused project, it's a gaming project first. And the decentralized environment gave us the chance to actually build something from scratch, which is an extreme pleasure and extreme responsibility at the same time. And being the first play-to-earn project that will be launched on the Kronos system is actually a huge responsibility as well, and we're taking it extremely seriously. We are player focused. We want to make everything as accessible as possible to everyone and every player. So the Marvelverse is basically a project where NFTs will be racing, first of all, and from the racing part, the winners will get paid from the prize pool, and it is as it is mentioned, it's a play to earn game. So if you have an NFT, if you have a marble, you will be able to join in every race and then just earn more. And we're not going to put a lot of like paywalls into the game so everybody can enjoy the races and enjoy being in the community. It's a community-based project, so our mint prices will be as low as possible so everybody can have NFTs to join the races, and races will be organized extremely frequently, so anytime you log in to join a race, you will have a chance to do so. So that's basically the roots of Marvelverse, and we're ready to answer any questions you guys have.
Nice, man. That's fantastic. In fact, you touched on the mint prize there at the end. That's initially what caught my eye, is that the initial mint price is going to be incremental pricing. So if you're one of the first to mint, it's cheaper, and it moves up from there. That's super interesting to me. I like that a lot.
Isn't that the similar concept what we see on the Ethereum chain, where you have a certain amount of NFTs that get liquidated, like 0.03 up to 500, and then 600 and so on will go by another point something. So what that tells me is, have you already had previous project launches on OpenSea or Ethereum or any other blockchain by chance?
No, actually, we did not have any projects before. As I said, we were focused on the mobile gaming industry, which is a pretty hectic environment as it is, and it took all of our time until we actually managed to grow to the point we grew today and get another team to actually work on a blockchain project. So it took around 4 years for our business to actually hit a point where we can spare people to build our NFT project, which is Marvelverse. And we were extremely excited about it, and it's our first project, and we have some plans to actually both grow Marvelverse and just come up with other projects in this area as well. So the incremental system works like this. We will be releasing 20,000 marbles right away. So it will not be like we will release 1,000 first and 4,000 later. It's not like that. The 20,000 marbles will be released right away, but the first 2,000 marbles will be minted from the initial price, and then the price will increase. Where at the end, the last 2,000 will be at the double the price of minting, let's say. But the mint price, we tried to keep it as low as possible. We made some calculations, some engineering stuff, and then we came up with the price of 80 CRO per marble for the first minting price. So it's extremely low, I'm guessing, because it's a play-to-earn game. It has a utility, which is extremely important because as much as I love the art of NFT, the utility is a huge part for the user, and we want to give the user as much utility as possible. So they will have their NFTs and use their NFTs to show off, first of all, and then to race with them and earn money from there. And we wanted to keep it as fair as possible because we are gamers first, and we've been gaming for our whole lives. And at that point, we hate pay to win. So the system will be as fair as possible. Every marble will have the same chance of winning, and we're trying our best to keep a system where cheating is impossible, guessing the winner is impossible. So it's all luck, and it's all like everybody will earn at the end of the day. So that's pretty much the Marbleverse system and the NFT system. Yeah.
That's so exciting, mate. I love it so much. And you're so right. I love the idea of being able to use your NFTs, obviously, more than just staking, because I can only wear one PFP at a time, like as often as I change it. And I have enough PFPs to last a lifetime. But Texas, my friend, you have a question?
Oh, I was just going to
High
give
five.
props. I'm sorry. I was just going to give props to the unique minting style. That's a very attractive thing to get first in the pool.
Yeah, well, you have to actually reward people who are like interested in your project from the get-go, right? So you want people to be interested in your project, of course, but some people are there from the beginning and give you ideas. The community is extremely active when it comes to these crypto ecosystems, etc. They constantly give feedback, and those feedbacks are extremely valuable. We are keeping as active as we can be in Discord and just checking what community wants from Marbleverse, what kind of like developments we can do to keep people happy in the ecosystem, and they are extremely valuable. So we want to give back to the community by just, if you are the initial 2,000, you will have the chance to have the lowest price. And that pretty much goes with our whitelisting as well. We're trying to give the whitelist away to people who are extremely interested in the project, so they can get the chance to actually get our tokens, Rollium tokens, as fast as possible with the lowest price possible, and mint their NFTs before anybody else, so they will enjoy the races and have their NFTs like with everybody else. So we are keeping a tight schedule as well. We will have our IDO in approximately 5 days, and 2 weeks after that we will have our initial NFT offering, and 2 weeks after that the races will open. So when you mint your NFTs, you won't wait too long to have the utility to actually enter the races and start winning.
So the native currency is Rollium?
Yeah, that's what we call our tokens, in-game tokens. It's called Rollium, and Rollium is used to upgrade your marbles. I'm going to elaborate on that upgrade system a little bit more later. You use Rollium to upgrade your marbles or mint new marbles, and you can use Rollium to actually exchange trade marbles. If you're going to, like, you can give an NFT and some Rollium to someone to get another NFT, etc., etc. But basically, the marbles, we have a system in place where the level of your marble and the rarity of the marble determines the energy of the marble. The energy of the marble is the amount of races a marble can enter. once you enter a race, your energy will deplete a certain amount. And when it's all depleted, that marble will have to wait to replenish the energy. So the rarity and the level of the marble determines how fast it replenishes and how much energy it has. So it can enter more races and win more, etc., etc. That's the basic system. But upgrading a marble, we didn't want a pay-to-win system, as I said. So upgrading a marble has no effect in the race itself. So the races are always fair and square. Every marble will have the same chance of winning a race. It only determines how many races you can enter. So that's pretty much the system there.
Yeah, 5 days and 19 hours left.
Yeah, exactly. That is how much is left for our idea.
This is really
Exciting
interesting.
countdown.
Yeah, this is. Oh, sorry. This is really interesting project, and I noticed that you have quite a team behind you there. Is there like 6 other people with you on this project? Maybe you can tell us a little bit more about the qualifications and things as such behind the team on the project.
Of course, of course. As I said, we are a game studio who was working on mobile games for a long, long time. We are pretty professional in the mobile industry. We're pretty well known. We worked with a lot of big publishers. Some names you might know, like Zynga, like Voodoo, etc. So we have the experience about games from there, and we have a pretty big team. But the NFT team, the specialized Marbleverse team, is comprised of 4 people right now, who are being supported by the rest of the company, which is a mid-sized game company. We're around 16 people in the studio right now, and we are actually planning to reveal ourselves before the project actually starts, because we want to be trusted. We don't want people to think that we might be a scam or just a project that will just blow up. We really value sustainability. We really want to keep the project going for a long time and make additions to the game as much as possible. We have a lot of plans about Marbleverse. For example, we want to add arenas, we want to add player organized tournaments, and we want to add a little bit more in depth to the game as much as possible. So we actually work with, as a game studio, we had the experience for making a game, but we lacked the experience for the crypto ecosystem, especially on Kronos. And we got into Kronos mostly because of our advisors, and our advisors were, from the beginning, the Crodex guys. Most of you probably know the Crodex guys. And Crodex helped us out immensely on that regard, and helped us out with the tokenomics and how to do marketing, etc. We are still a little bit rusty on that marketing area because we are introverts. We are like gamers and game designers at the same time. It's really hard for us to socialize. So they're teaching us how to socialize in this ecosystem as well. So we are extremely thankful for them.
That's how it works, man. We all learn from each other, right? It's beautiful what happens in these spaces on Discord, on Twitter, on Telegram, like the way people can connect from country to country. It's like we're all getting better together, and that's how we're building the future. It's really spectacular. Hey, hanging in there, Rockstar. Should we move things along? I'm wary of the time for you.
No,
It's like 2
I'm
a.m., isn't
okay.
it?
I'm still awake. It's 2 a.m. in the morning, and I think Mr. Lane Low had his hand up, and then Mr. Jule Hunden had a hand up as well. So
I'll
if
let
it's
Mr. J go first. I think he might have beat me to it, but I'll go ahead and go right after him.
Yeah, thanks. Marbleverse. You were talking about the game itself. You talk about racing. Are you talking about just a regular race with the marbles, or like are there other types of games inside the planned?
Okay, Marbleverse will be an organically growing project. first of all, the beginning of the gamification will be an idle game, where you will actually enter the race with the marble you choose, and then race with that marble idly. You can watch the races through your mobile device, through the browser, and now we're adding an AR system into the game where you can use AR, the augmented reality, to watch the races as well. And we have some spectators in these races. Spectators are most of the time the NFT projects that we are collaborating with. We actually tried this with Crixillion. We had Crixillion spectators in the race, which actually looked pretty awesome. And on augmented reality, it looks even better. And later on, we want to add player-controlled races, which pretty much reminds of like Mario Kart, I'm guessing. Where you will actually control your marble to race and do arenas, etc. So the first part will be the idle part because we want everyone to be involved. You don't have to be a gamer, you don't have to have great reaction time, etc. You just have to be willing to race there and earn with your NFT. And the second part will be player control. Not everyone will have to actually enter those, but if you are willing to actively game there, you will have the chance to do so. We will have player tournaments, as I said, and the players will choose the system of the tournament. It can be an idle race tournament, it can be actively controlling your marbles, or it can even be like an arena where you have hit points and you beat each other with marbles, just collect stuff to power up your marbles inside that arena and just beat up others, etc. These systems will be added to the game. As I said, we are a game studio. We have the ideas, we have the backbone. We just need a little bit more financial support behind us to actually execute those, because it's a little bit of an expensive endeavor to actually develop a game. So basically, we put our blood and sweat into just creating marble words, and the rest will come as we grow.
So
It
you
sure
will
will.
have different rankings on the marbles, I guess. And if so, will the races be like in different divisions, depending on which rank you have with the marble you're like competing with in the races?
In the idle racing system, you do not need to have a ranking because it doesn't matter how many races a marble won, what level it is, what rarity the marble is. In the idle races, once you enter the race, every marble will have the same chance to win the race. But for the upcoming systems, like an arena system, you will have rankings probably, and those rankings will determine which division you are in, and you will have people with the same skill level and same marble level, let's say, with you, and you will have a pretty fair fight there and just win accordingly. So the system will be balanced because we are mathematicians first and foremost as game designers. So we actually value the balance of the game more than anything. Not like in a way that it kills fun, but more in a way that people actually enjoy being there and feel that it's a fair fight for them. So that's the most important part for us. We will create a fair fighting environment for it.
Thank you. Finally, NFT project with the gaming at the beginning. That's cool. Pretty cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well for the question.
Thank you so much for your time, Marbleverse. It's been excellent. Really appreciate it, and I'm looking forward to more follow-up spaces and getting to know the project, on a deeper level. Like, because I played marbles as a kid, and I'm so keen to do it digitally as well. So that's gonna be great. Bozo, my friend, you're up next. How are you going today?
Hold on. Let me just ask Marbleverse a quick question, if you don't mind, Ozzy. So let's say I wanted to go buy 100 marbles. Would that be beneficial to me? And if so, how?
Well, the more marbles you have, if you're active, the more chances you will have to enter races. So basically, as I said, there's an energy system, and regardless of what level your marble is, at the end of the day, it will deplete. So the more marbles you have, the more chances you will have to enter races, and you can enter races like consequently, and the races are extremely frequent, like 5 minutes. Uh, one race starts, 5 minutes later another race starts, 5 minutes later another race starts. So races are constant, and so you can enter as many races as possible with more NFTs, and with more NFTs you have more chances of winning. So
Very nice. Very
basically,
nice.
yeah, exactly. At 1 minute, it will not be like one race starts and you wait 5 minutes. We will have like 10 races starting at the same time, then 10 races after that, 10 races after that. So you have 100 NFTs. That means you can enter like thousands of races in days and just have great chances of earning from the tokens, and you can just you know what to do with the tokens.
Very nice. Very nice. And not to try to get too much out of you, but if there was a Gen 2 version or of subsequent drop, what would that look like for marbles?
I'm sorry, I kind of missed the question there. Your voice kind of crackled.
Sorry, I apologize. Let me try to
No,
see
no,
if
no.
it'll be a little more clear. Gen 2, any ideas, or what would that look like for Marbleverse if we were dropping a Gen 2 NFT line?
That is undetermined at the moment. We have plans of the second generation of marbles, but the plans are not extremely clear right now because we are at the verge of actually launching the game itself, and we are more focused on the game part. But we already created 20,000 NFTs for Marble Wars, and we think that will be sufficient enough to actually get the game going. And depending on the community's feedback, we really value that part. I have to really underline that. Depending on community's feedback and the likings of the community, second generation of marbles will be shaped. So we will actually hold some voting, some polls, and just see the reactions from the community, which marbles are more liked, which marbles are not that much liked. And the second generation of marbles have features depending on all those feedbacks. So we're not extremely clear about that part, and we have a little bit of a time before we can actually release the second generation of marbles.
Excellent. No, I appreciate the questions, the answer, and your time. I'm excited about the project, and I'm kind of looking forward to it filling up some of my time. Sometimes I get bored and I start minting stuff I shouldn't mint. So this will be a nice little kind of a backstop to protect me and fill up my time so that I don't get distracted.
And by the way, Lane Low, this could be also the first game that actually works, on Chronos chain, that these guys know what they're doing. You know what I mean? If I heard him right, he said they're all mathematicians and their brains are not just doing half-ass stuff. So I guess I want to know more about the project as well. So are we going to have more AMA spaces with Abyssus Bay, with Aussie or someone like that leading up to the mint so we can actually get more details?
That'd be great. I look forward to it.
Yeah, definitely. We are willing to give as much information as possible. We want to be transparent, and this has been a great opportunity for us. We would like to thank you for hosting this event and just letting us talk here. And thank you, Abyssus Bay, for actually showing us the way through here. As our NFT marketplace partner, we are extremely happy to work with Abyssus Bay as well. And shout out to them. Plus, we are looking to collab with any NFT project in the Chronos ecosystem. We have some plans, as I said, like spectators as NFTs, some marbles with NFTs in it, etc. I don't want to disclose a lot of stuff about that because it just depends on the NFT projects, but we are looking to collab with people and just grow the ecosystem, grow each other as much as possible. We are here to stay for a long time as Marbleverse, and we would like to include everybody. So thank you very much for taking your time and listening to us and asking great questions. And I hope it was it clarified a little bit about our project. And just follow us through Twitter, join us in the Discord, and ask anything you want to ask, and we will do our best to answer those.
Oh, I love this. Yeah, I love this, Lane Low. I think we need to look more into this project. It's promising. The team behind is well staffed. And I do believe that Lynx had her hand up, but then I spoke over her or interrupted. Lynx?
Oh, you didn't speak over me at all. You asked the same question I had. I was looking at his profile and thinking that we needed more visibility around this project. And there's so many more questions that I have, but we're way over time today, so I think I'll save them for one of the AMAs.
I think Twitter is not being nice to us, Lynx. You were rugging again, at least to me, all the speakers up here. I don't know if the listeners can hear you, but it's been really interesting today, this morning. But yeah, I think we will move on to the next project. I believe Sambozo was up next, and then we have David Bowie with the Lioness project. David, please get ready with your project and the song. As I'm no longer logged into my PC, I did have some issues with Wi-Fi, but now I'm on LTE and it's all well. But Sambozo, how are you doing today?
Hey, what's up? Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I know it's been a long space. It's always hard to get up here after all these great projects, you know. But thank you, really.
No,
So
nothing. Every project is unique and it's one of a kind. And so one of the things that interested us mostly in you is the 3D NFT you made of the Psycho Kitty for Ugonzo. And
yeah,
obviously, there's many PFP projects. They're just simple, and we've seen thousands of them everywhere. But tell us now, why is your project different from all of the other ones? If I can drop a hint, again, this will be first one of a kind file format on the Chronos chip,
yeah,
I believe.
yeah. I can say it because now I've tested it, so it's working and it's cool. It got me so excited about this. Yeah, so first of all, I just real quick, I want to shout out to the Psycho Kitties because they got me into this world. I didn't know anything about NFTs before that. So shout out to you, Gonzo and Genius. They've been so patient with me and like really to teach me and hear me out and suggest things and teach me things. So really thank you guys. Um, so about what I'm doing. So the new file you've talked about, uh, you know, uh, I always felt in this the past 3 months that I'm standing. I don't know if just standing out, but I'm very different from the other projects. The usual things we're used to see in terms of style and substance. And I have a very unique style that I've developed over the years, and it has to do with 3D and before that sculpting, really, and art toys that I wanted to make so bad. So what I'm going to do in this project is to bring you not only like a JPEG or 3D render of 360 render of something, but like a sculpture, like something that you can a file that you can get and just rotate on your phone and see it from all angles. Uh, so this is like something that I haven't seen in this way before. I've seen some similar things, but not in this style and this like in this way. So this is what I'm bringing new to the table. I have to say, I'm a one-man show. Like I don't have a team or many people behind me, so I'm doing this all by myself. And of course, I'll bug some of you more on the basis about this, about the technical and how it's going to go. But yeah, it's something very different. Also in the style of it, it's like almost unsettling sometimes, like very weird, and it's just something you don't see, like you don't see in the NFT world almost. Like I come from a different perspective as an artist. You know, I've been trying my hands in a lot of forms of art, a lot of mediums, um, and a lot of styles. And this is my inner, like, this is my world. I've been developing this for years. I wanted to, at first, to make it in toys, like I was printing them, and I wanted to make toys. So imagine this as a sculpture or a toy that you can look at in AR or VR, or like rotate, and like this is the next best thing for me. So this is where I'm coming from, you know, as an artist, really.
Sorry, Lane
Hey,
Low. Yeah, did you have a
no, I was
comment?
just going to say, I've seen some of your samples, Sambozo, and obviously within the PK community, we've seen a lot of your work of, the 3D rendering and whatnot, and you do fantastic work. So very excited about your job. But just to touch on your point, you said you're a one-man show. You're not. You have the whole community behind you. So you maybe from a work or art development standpoint, you are. But I want you to know that you've got a huge community that supports and is behind you.
You guys are awesome. You've been so helpful to me, like, and really, I made really friends. You know, some of you I talk on regular basis. Just made friends, and yeah. So thank you for saying that. It's important to me to hear. Thank you.
Back to you, Rockstar.
I love this project. I mean, I've seen some of the samples that he's trying to make into that interactive 3D like file format that can be then, utilized in the metaverse and things as such. So I'm excited. I'm very excited that the file format will end up working. And I guess, is there any more details in terms of time frame when you're thinking about dropping, and maybe even touch base a little bit on how many and what's the quantity and the subject?
So it's gonna be in terms of quantity, it's very small. You know, maybe 20 of them. It's really tough to make them by myself. Like it's imagine it's sculpting each one of them, turning them into this new file form. It's a lot of experimenting. So I'm half done, let's say, on the core work, and I don't know to estimate. Like last time I was estimating 2 weeks, but no, I think it might take some time because I don't know all the details with you guys at Ibisus. So I'll need to talk to Shwiz more and to you more to plan it better. Um,
Yeah,
so
we'll get it
I
figured out
can't
for
I can't
sure.
really say, like, I can't really say. I just want people to look at my style. It's something different, you know. I just want people
It
to
really
soak
is.
it in.
Well, that's what first caught my eyes, like how you've taken your experience as a sculptor and put it in this digital form. I mean, I remember connecting with you at a Twitter space over like lighting and how important that is, like as a photographer, and the shadows and like how that brings something to life. And I'm really excited to see how this comes to life. Yeah, thanks, Sambozo, for sharing everything.
Thank you for letting me speak.
And again, quality over quantity, right? I mean, people are, they have seen a lot of NFTs, but we want to see the unique ones that stand out, that are of good value and good quality. So there's
Yeah,
no need.
I'm going for quality here, really. This is important
Yeah.
to me. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, good. Excited to see more. Obviously, everybody follow Sambozo. He's very active on Instagram. A lot of cool PFPs, not PFPs, apologize. It's one of a kind images, art, sculptures, digital. I mean, it's incredible. I mean, if you guys have not checked out Sambozo, check out his profile. He's really cool. And again, shout out to you, Gonzo. He's listening. Good morning, Gonzo. I believe that next project might be David Bowie talking about the Lioness project, if I'm not mistaken.
Hi, good morning, everyone. It's 4 a.m. in Sydney. So I wake up early to join this debate to say about my project. At the moment, we are here in we just we are in minting fleet, but next in the next 10 hours we will dropping a discount section to reward founding member on a you can see our drop on ABC Pay as well, and I think I think you guys can see our 2D custom between Lioness and Abyss Bay. How cool it is. Our 2D artist drawing is for Abyss Bay and our partnership on that as well. So, and that art will be airdropping to every founding member NFT. So, based on how many NFT founding member NFT you have, you will have uh, as much a the that NFT art. And yes, I I also had some a little song that to show everyone about our project. Can I have the like 1 minute and 30 seconds
Oh
to share
yeah,
that song?
let's hear it. I mean, this is an amazing song, by the way. And this lady that is going to play it is on Spotify, I believe. And
Yes.
it's really cool that it sort of embodies the CroFam culture into the NFT project, which is really not, skewed one way or the other. I think it's really good sounding one. So yeah, go ahead, David.
Okay, let's go.
To become a lioness, I gotta do my best. I gotta win the test and show them all I got it. If you just bring me down, I'm gonna wear my crown, and then you wish you never challenged me on it. Oh, I used to think I couldn't be great. Never thought the top could be my place, but I proved you wrong. The coolest lion is cloud. I'm on my phone. Always getting better every second, minute, and hour. Make almost great. We support our strength. You'll hear my heart. Make me be stronger. The cross you'll hear my heart. Make me be stronger. The cross
Man,
Right.
there's so many good songs. Web 2, Web 3, coming over to Chronos Chain. It's incredible. We have also another young artist coming up to speak and talk about his project, Young Hustler, who is very engaged with
Yes.
the CroFam community. I mean, so David, tell us a little bit more. I mean, look, we don't want to cut you too short. We are running over time, but you've been patient enough and you're with me. I'm 2 hours behind you, by the way. But again, tell us more about the time, the mint, the quantities, the utilities on the project, and where can we find additional details.
Okay, cool. So about our art, we are as my personal view, we are focused on the quality of the art, that we are doing the 3D model art likeness, that it look a bit more real to someone, and it not look like kill a 2D artwork, but it 3D, and it require a lot of work and quality and stuff to finish the art. But we finally did, and we are dropping live at the moment. But in the next 10 hour we did a discount section for 1 week to celebrate because we are listing on ABC Space at the drop section. And also about the utility of the project, that we because our main goal is about the GameFi and the metaverse, that you guys can do adventure doing battle, and there will be a little bot and ranking that you and you go for adventure to earn token and earn more item that you can upgrade and increase your like your power in the game. So it is just a concept for us, but we have a team of 7 people to work on it, from one 2D artist, one 3D artist, 3 developer, that we got Sabo is the head of development, and for me, I was doing the business part and the community management, and um, yes, and another thing is for the first 800 ATI unique wallets, that means original minting onlineness will be airdrop on VIP golden card, that will gain you access to earn 20% of secondary market sale, and a lot of benefit with that later, with the free access to the new feature of our upcoming game and metaverse and much more. So being on VIP of Frontline Club is much better, like it's exclusive for early adopter and rewarding early minter. So I support like for me, I'm an investor as well. So I always tell my investor that Andre, Dior, and doing a much research before investing, even in my project as well. I'm not asking for a minting, but yes, if you see our value to the community, and if you see our benefit, what we bring to the community and profile, you can join and enjoy with us within the community. And we are trying to actually building a brand, not just a project. That is a brand. That is later we partnership with a local store that will designing our fashion clothing, from hoodie, t-shirt, polo t-shirt, and another thing for, and another amazing is 5% of monthly fashion store sale will be distributing to 10 lucky hunter every month. So that's a way we are contributing back to the community. And also the next thing is about the token law batch for the GameFi. It will be available when we launching the game beta at the same time. So we are don't rush on distributing the token, yes, because it had no utility and value to the token, to the project. So we will publish this when the game is ready. And the next thing is the commercial right, that the on-phone right of the copyright, that we will register it with Australia government, with the state I live in the New South Wales. And I think it's the right way to protect our idea and provide value to the community as well. And yes, browsing together, we can bring Ronald Line Club to every chain, promoting it, and later we will doing our own studio based on this. But there will be more things to come, and yes, our final goal will be the game and the metaverse that like actually the real one that I am totally investing in is. So and also I dox myself, like people in CroFam already know my face, and I put my face on the website, and yes, so people cannot like yeah, I cannot run away, but of course I put a lot of money on this and a lot of time and energy with the team, and we are doing a lot of job to give the best value to the community as well. And yes, you can see we have everything. Our smart contract is verified and it's working well. And the next we will we are currently applying for verify the app on crypto.com DeFi the app on phone. So um, I think we can see our the app will listing soon on the Grownut the app section. I just hopefully this will happen soon. Yep. Thanks for
David,
listening.
Wow,
Yep.
that's a lot of updates, Ozzy. I mean,
yeah,
he's in
so well
Sydney,
said,
and
right? I
yeah,
mean,
he's
yeah.
in Sydney actually. So it's
Did
incredible
Did you
that
know
he's
I
still
went to
awake.
school in Sydney? Yeah, all my family's over there, and I'm hoping to get over there soon. Very early in the morning, sunrise even. But David, mate, so well delivered, and how refreshing to have a project. Be like, do your own research, and here's my face, and like I'm here for the community. It's mate, I love it so much. Like honestly, from one side of the Australian coast to the other. Yeah, I love the lionesses, and they look so excellent. It's a pleasure to have you.
And by the way, everybody knows David. He's rocking one of the legendary Loaded Lions as a PFP here. So, David, I guess, I want to know more about the project. And do you have any, I guess, AMA spaces where we can do a deep dive and spend like an hour, maybe, speaking with you and Sabo a little bit more in terms of the development, the timeline, people behind the project, and then sort of look at these, gamification part, utility to token a little bit more in depth. Do you plan to have any other spaces for just
Uh,
your project as standalone, so we can focus more on more of the details?
yes, we actually just announcing that we will hosting AMA Space every like 4 day a week from Thursday to Sundays. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. For 1 hour each section, but we can host more space in the future for and host multiple AMA with ABC space as well. I will
We,
and
we sure can, mate. I look forward to scheduling an appointment in Australian time and not another time zone. It's going to be really easy to align with you, I think.
yes, of course. This time is the morning time, so I have to really cold at the moment is because it's come to winter. And yes,
I feel you. I feel you.
um, yes, if you guys want to meet online dance for a discount, so the best time is coming in the next um 10 oh yeah, the next 10 hour. So at that time we will dropping the price from 350 grow to 299 grow for 1 week only to rewarding the founding member. So I think we can reach like the first 888 unique wireless because there will be only 888 VIP golden card membership. So take your chance and join the ride with us. Like uh, we have more stuff coming up as well, especially the comic, the 2D comic of our story, Lion story. So thank you.
I
David,
love
you
that.
do
Thank you.
so much. Your project, you've given so much back in your incentives and rewards. It's so nice to see you coming to this point where it's almost fully mint, and then you're going to establish everything that you're going to do in your project. It's real. I mean, David, really, seriously, good job.
Thanks, man. I appreciate you in most of thing from Lost Lion as well. You got spoke a lot in terms of Lost Lion and chronotical system. So yeah.
Right now, I see Texas as Alphabot. So Tex, I don't know where all your Lost Lions are. I think you got probably a dozen by now or more.
I'm just so excited about the art of giving. I think that's just so like that collection is going to just be something you wish you had from the past in the future.
Yeah, that's well said for sure. Let's see who is up next. Is it Young Hustler? We've been talking about music. Aloe Black was here with us, and I believe he's still listening, probably down in the audience. But he actually sang us a song live in the earlier session with the Crypto.com main NFT platform. We had Joe, Damien, we had a lot of fun. We're going to have the team come back next week again. We're going to hear from them individually, the five person team behind the project, but we also have one of our own. Young Hustler, welcome. You've been trying to send me your debut song for this Sunday space, and I'm not sure if you completed it or not, but we always want to hear from you, obviously, because, we know you from the very first song we played in the Sunday space, Let's Crow. Let's Crow. So what's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great, man. How you doing, Rockstar? Thank you for having me. I see Bizu, Landlord, everybody. For the people that don't know, I'm Young Hustler. I'm a music NFT pioneer, and I'm hoping to bring some music to the Chronos ecosystem and be a pioneer in this space and just onboard more people with my project. And yeah, man, I appreciate the opportunity to create a Rockstar from ever since Let's Crow. I just been getting an immense amount of opportunity and support from the community to continue to push and pursue pushing the project, which I'm in the process of doing now. Thanks to everybody. So, yeah.
No, I love to hear all of your songs. I mean, the Mad Meerkat project with the tree houses that you did for them, and I think I even heard it before Sequence and Canvas. And I believe that night I was listening to that thing about 80 times. And it just drives me mad. I'm going mad. I'm going mad. So, what is your, I guess, angle of your project on the Kronos chain? I think you have some utilities built in with the song. Can you explain what the project is all about, and what other utilities you're planning to incorporate into the NFTs?
Okay, no problem. Uh, I'm assuming I heard all that, but I get the idea. All right, so the project is called Still in Beta. Still in Beta. That's going to be my album, and the album is going to be in MP4 format. Uh, but honestly, I want to test the technology and make sure everything runs and everything goes accordingly. But my goal is to be in MP4 format, and it'll be an NFT in motion, and it'll have my music playing in the background, and it'll be different editions of different songs. Um, so give you an example, it may be 5 songs, 6 songs, and these songs will have different editions of each song. So you'll have an NFT for different ones, and then there'll just be a variety. And some will be more, of course, some will be more rare than others. So there will also be incentives to collect the all the songs, um, so that you can receive other airdrops. Uh, but my angle is mostly to take my project from what I do from there. Of course, I want to give back, and I want to onboard more people. I want to use the funds from the project to onboard bigger names, do different type of features, did different type of production, um, and just continuously upgrade and grow from there. Um, so that's my angle from just a rough standpoint so far. if that helps.
That's
No, that
awesome,
helps
man.
for sure. I guess, we've heard most of those. So the ones that we've heard, like the Let's Grow, Abyssus Bay, and the Mad Meerkat, I mean, are those going to be part of the NFT incorporation, or are they brand new ones that we haven't heard of yet?
Yes, sir. Those will be part of the NFT compilation. Most of the ones you heard, of course, everybody will get to be able to hear those with a higher quality, and you'll be able to play those from home. Um, Also, I recently working in a deal with a partnership with Damage, um, and they're a great team. They help me out with a lot of the marketing, a lot of the things on the side note that it helped to push the project as well. If Lynch, you'd like to say something about that, feel free.
Oh, I was actually just going to show a moment of gratitude because I remember when I showed up on the scene, you introduced me to so much in the space, and I'm so excited to see you take this project on and for the community to grow you because you've been so involved and you've done so many collaborations with the projects and helped so many other people promote you. So I think it's a wonderful opportunity for us to show love and support and grow you back.
Yeah, and I honestly appreciate it. I'm excited to see what we're going to do from here and where we're going forward. I'm excited for next weekend where everybody gets to meet each other. We have that going on in NT Miami. Looking forward to that. Um, and it's just immense amount of things that also come from this as well. So many people have reached out to me from other projects and asked for things. And right now, I'm temporarily held off on doing a lot of things because I want to focus on the project that we have at hand right now. That's my biggest priority. I'm working on finishing the mixing and the mastering. I'm gotten pretty much done with everything, but I've still continued to create because I'm a creator and I love to curate. So I've just been creating more songs that could potentially be beneficial for holders along the way as well. So I want to continue to do that. And I've been having my Discord built. Soon there'll be a community where you all can come and be a part of the community in the Discord. Um, and that's really what I'm trying to focus on, building the community. And I want to have a place where we do music. Uh, and it'll be just very, very intriguing to see how this grows continuously from here.
Can't wait, can't wait. I guess, do you have a particular time frame in terms of curation on the Abyssus Bay time frame? And then I guess my other question is, what is the quantity like of those 5 songs and then accompanied NFTs for each one of those?
Right now with the music, I'm assuming you said what was the time variation? Uh,
Just the time for the drop. Apologize. We're all rugging a speakers in here, but I believe that listeners can just hear us fine.
okay,
Yeah, when
yeah,
is your drop?
yeah. Right now, currently, I have all the music completed. I'm finishing up the artwork. But then I really don't want to rush the project, so I'm saying within the next 2 months, because I want to make sure that doing the MP4 is viable and is capable of being done. This technology is very new, so it's not something that's really been done before. So we have to take it step by step. So I really don't want to rush anything that I'm doing right now, honestly. Uh, I want to take my time with it. These things that I'm doing right now were things I wrote on my vision board a year ago. And I wrote on my vision board a year ago that I wanted to be involved and do these things. And now a year later, I'm here with you all with hundreds of people in the room and we're talking about doing it. And we all know it's a possibility. So that should show my determination and that I plan to keep pushing. And I have a vision in mind, and I really don't feel like I should hold back from that vision. I should test this technology and push barriers. That's the whole point of me being a pioneer, and I'm here to stand on that. I don't see myself backing down or being timid. So um, I'm not trying to rush anything, honestly. Could a rock star, so it could be 2 months to 3 months whenever that I feel like everything is because truly believe in having quality over quantity. I would rather you all have great things, and that's really what I want to stand on. If that makes sense.
100%. I want quality over quantity every day. Wonderful, wonderful. Always good to hear from you. Do we have any other comments to Young Hustler before we get into the last project spotlight feature of the day, Big Bad Wolves?
Hello, guys. Hello. I don't know if you can hear me clearly. I have a lot of lag on Twitter from the host and people speaking here. Do you hear me?
We can hear you clearly, mate. You're good. How you doing?
Oh, cool. Thank you, Schwitz. Yeah, I'm doing great. So I'm Pierre from Big Bad Wolves. First of all, I hope you'll be cool with my coarse French accent. We are a French team, and French guys are not well known to speak good English. So I really hope you will understand me here. I make a lot of effort.
Your English is parfait, my friend. Bonjour, je m'appelle Mathieu. Je suis.
Wow!
Ça va bien?
Nice, ça va très bien, merci.
Merci beaucoup.
Excellent.
But no, you speak perfect English. You can go right ahead.
Okay, thanks a lot. Well, if you have trouble understanding me, of course you stop me and ask me to rephrase my sentences. Well, I first thank you for having me here, Crypto Rockstar. It's really nice of you to have accepted my request to be in this space, because I know I came late and it's been what, almost 4 hours you are doing this space now, and I guess everybody is a bit tired, so I try to wrap it up.
You're fine, man. We've
no
done one
time.
that was 7. We did a 7-hour one, so this is nothing.
What? 7?
Yeah.
Wow, nice.
Yeah, it happened. I was there. But
Okay.
man, you get to wrap up. This has been a great episode, and you get to wrap it up. So what better way to finish than with the Big Bad Wolves, my friend? So you go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm a bit surprised because I'm listening to this space since the beginning, and I heard a lot about music, and this is a big surprise because I'm a musician myself. I'm most into techno, industrial, core, ambient, dark music, but it's really a pleasure to see that we have some kind of connection between Chronos NFT projects and music artistry. Really, it's a really good surprise, and it's the second good surprise, because the first one is that Chronos is the coolest chain out there, and I'm serious when I'm saying this, because I come from Ethereum and from BSC, and when I discovered Chronos, I was really surprised to see how how sympathetic people are. In fact, here you really have the feeling to talk to humans, and the sense of community is really huge, and it's a real pleasure to be on here. So thank you guys for being like that with all this project. It's a real pleasure. So to go on with the project, you still hearing me? Yes?
Loud and clear, my friend. Loud and clear.
Okay. So I'm the community manager from Big Bad Wolf. Unfortunately, our lead developer and master chief couldn't make it today, but I guess he will be able to be here next time in the future. So I do my best to explain our project. We have been on Chronos now for almost 2 months. We took our time to build our community. It's going really well, and also I have to say that you really helped us at Abyssus. You really do a great job, and it's a real pleasure to work with you. It's excellent. So thank you guys at Abyssus. I had to say it. And our project is based on the.
We like to hear it.
Well, I say it again. Don't worry. As you can see, if you look at our project, we have taken a long time to craft our NFTs because we wanted a real good design, something badass, something strong, the world of bikers, and it seemed a good choice because we like strong visuals and strong characters too. And we were a bit fed up with, a bit bored with tiny, lovely, kawaii NFTs on Ethereum. You know, all the little dogs, smiling dogs, little things. And we said to ourselves, why not just bring the bad guys on, you know? So we did with a Big Bad Wolf Motorcycle Club. So we have 6,699 NFTs. We are actually running the first round of mint, and it's going pretty well. So about the project, it's we of course we have a Discord and everything that is related to community building. It's really important. So the NFTs, we have 10 unique NFTs that are drawn by friends of ours, professional illustrators, and they did a really good job. And in fact, the idea of the project Big Bad Wolves Motorcycle Club came from one of them who is really a biker fanatic. I think he owns 2 or 3 bikes, something like that. And he's the one who convinced us to use the biker lore to create our project. And he's the one doing the most, in my idea anyway, the most coolest of our unique NFTs. There are 10 of them, and he's drawn 3 of them. The one with the blue and red bad guys, and they are incredible. So anyway, that's what people say to us. They really like these NFTs. So what's the goal of our project? Right now, if you are interested into our project, you already can, once you've minted one, so you can do this on Episus, of course. You can do this on our website. Just a thing, if you mint it on Episus, if you are a founding member NFT holder on Episus, you can have it for a smaller price. It's really interesting. I think it's 320 on the when you are holder. So it's really interesting for that. You can stake it already. We made our staking system, so you are rewarded with a token that's named Whole, the whole of Big Bad Wolves, and you can of course swap it like any other token on Kronos. Stake is on, and we how to say that we are going to improve, of course, the experience with Big Bad Wolf with our community, with a lot of interaction. We are doing a lot of collabs. Collabs are really cool, by the way. This is the same as I was saying it at the beginning. It's really impressive how people are willing to collaborate on Kronos. It's really incredible. We met a lot of people and a lot of cool projects also, and it's a real pleasure to collaborate with them. We have Wacky Tortoise. We have a lot of we have Finicky Foxes, really cool guys behind these projects. Red Saints, Pixel City, Navy Cat, Boars Gone Wild, and one I particularly like is Monkey of Anarchy, because we have some kind of convergence with the biker lore. It's really fun to see this project emerge. So about our roadmap. So we already did the staking of our NFTs, of course, and we'll have our own rarity system on our website, of course, when we will reveal, because we said to ourselves that we would do the reveal by hundreds of NFT. Each 100 of NFTs minted, we will reveal the batch of 100. And this is really cool because, of course, people always are a bit impatient to see what they got. And what I have to say about the staking also is that with the whole you are rewarded with, you can stake it. If you stake it, you'll be able later on the roadmap to use it to buy some other attributes on the NFTs. So there is a use case actually for the whole. And talking about that, our goal is to develop a game. a kind of, hardcore, bloody game, I have to say. A bit like what you could see for those who were there when the Mega Drive by Sega was out. The kind of game like Street of Rage, which really is a legend among old vintage games, really violent. And we want to go into this violence with big bad walls because it's a jungle out there, and we want to give this experience of a game that is really intense. So our project owner is at core is a game developer. He's a web developer, but he's done a lot of game development, and we are going into that at phase 2 or 3 of our roadmap. We are going to develop a game, and of course, the NFT holders will be able to use their NFT to play this game, which will be multiplayer, online, and a real-time game. It's important to understand that the NFTs in themselves, they have rarity, of course, a lot of rarity attributes, but they also have embedded in them characteristics, game characteristics, excuse me. And there are a few of them, strength, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine.
There is
like lots of different, so not only sort of rarity in terms of the profile picture or NFT aspect, but like their in-game attributes, whether it be strength, speed, battle endurance, that sort of thing, right?
Exactly. And you have points for each of these characteristics. So each NFT gives a different game experience. The gameplay will be different depending on what kind of NFTs with different attributes you have. So it will be interesting to hold several Big Bad Wolves NFT so that you can have different weaknesses and strengths to play the game. And that's really will be interesting for our holders. And when we come to that, the game development, which is of course what we are really wanting to do with this project. We are aiming at that. As you can see, if you see where we are at, it's a slow-paced project. We take our time. We are a small French team. We are about 5, 6, 7 with our moderators on the Discord. And we take our time because it's really important to understand where we are, the public, the investors, the people that are joining us. And it's important to do the things well, to not make mistakes, and to deliver the working, all the working things that is needed when you do something as serious as an NFT project. So I think that's about it. I think I've described the project.
You've said it so well, mate. I'm looking forward to chatting more. I have loved all the collaborations you've done. I've been looking at some of them, and I've seen some along the way as well. And I mean, this whole gaming aspect is so much fun. Like the metaverse is about to explode this year. What better way to wrap up episode 22 than with the Big Bad Wolves? What do you think, Rockstar? Or are you completely rugged at this point?
No, I'm not rugged. I'm listening. I'm thinking, where in France are you? Because I'm going to be in Europe next week, and I'm thinking going over the weekend to visit my people in France. So I don't know. It just depends, how far you are. I love the country. I love the people, and obviously the food, the wine, the scenery. And it seems like that we're having a lot of projects now from France, dropping NFTs, as well as the very strong Psycho Kitty community.
Let me try and translate the rug. He loves France, the wine. Seems like there's a lot of projects coming out of there, I think is what he was saying, if that's what you were hearing.
Yes, kind of. It's a bit difficult. Actually, there was a lot of lag with
Rockstar. Yeah, poor Rockstar. He's traveling in Japan at the moment and doesn't always get the most reliable connection. But hey, look, he's hosted this space with anywhere up to 300 people for like hours strong now. It's been a great episode. 22 weeks in a row, like Rockstar has done this. I know it's hard for him to respond, and the audience can probably hear us, but this is just truly incredible what the space has become. And I mean, episode 23 next week. But Big Bad Wolves, mate, by all means, his question about, I think he might have said he might be in France at one point. So whereabouts are you from? Like, is there somewhere he can go to drink some wine with you?
Oh, if you want to drink wine with me, I'm in the east of France. I mean, mountainous region. It's the east of France. It's a really nice region. That is? I understood the question correctly, which I'm not sure. Did I?
That was my understanding of the question. I hope we're both right. We'll find out later, I guess. Much love, Rockstar.
Okay. That's incredible. Thank you very much to all of you guys, all of the listeners, but of you, Crypto Rockstar, of course, for this invite. It's really cool, and you guys at Epicis. Again, we can do this whenever you want. If you want more details, I'm open to everything. So thank you, and CroFam rocks and rules. Let's go.
Yes, let's crow. Perfect.
Let's crow.
Segue to our closing track. I'll wrap it up for you, Rockstar. Since you're ready, but mate, 22 episodes, incredible. Big Bad Wolves, appreciate you. Links, hanging out with us the entire time. Much love, Young Hustler. Mate, it's your music that we're about to enjoy. Like, let's crow. And everyone else that's come up, the entire CroFam. I see you down there. I see everyone. Recognizable faces. Let's crow.
This is In It For